I just wake up in the morning and I yell a lot, even though it's way too early. It's fun though. Wake up, wake up, wake up!
All right, that's right. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Rise and shine. Get the sleep out of your eyes. It is time to hit the ground running. Your competition might have already been up for 2 hours. We got to catch up to them. This is John Greaves III, co-founder of Garage Gym Life. Thank you guys for getting up way too early with Garage Gym Life. Once again, this is your first time checking out this show. I appreciate you for giving us a shot. We have an entertaining show planned for you guys, a lot of cool stuff. And let me go ahead, because I know y'all going to say it. I am not being held hostage in somebody's basement. This is actually the best place that I can sit. I'm actually in my hotel room at Mandalay Bay because we are here in Las Vegas for the HFA 2025 conference. And basically, this is the best I could do in terms of location to not only broadcast the show, but also I had to have somewhere where I could put my laptop. This is great. If you guys can see this, I got the laptop, got my extra screen is up on the little bar over here. My mouse is being supported on my Kindle tablet, which is being supported by my suitcase. I got a lot going on, okay? But you know what? We're here and we're going to do our thing just like we normally do it with the utmost enthusiasm. So do me a favor, hit the like button, hit subscribe. We are so close to 50,000 subscribers, and I believe that we can get over that hump today if you guys would just help me out. So let me go ahead and let you guys know what is on today's show. That way you're like, why should I subscribe? All right. Why should I even like the show? You just started. All right, let me just tell you what's on today's show. So first of all, in the first hour, we're going to have news and other things, plus a brand new Recliner of Rage. Once again, I did not plan this out. It just happened. This stuff just happens to me, okay? But I got a brand new Recliner Rage, and I will tell you guys why I'm mad this week. Second hour, we're going to give you guys, after we say what's up to the Central Time Zone, we're going to give you guys a sneak peek at some of the awesome stuff that we've seen so far here at HFA 2025. We got some raw video clips to show you. Plus I'll give you my reaction to this show and how it compares to the Arnold and to Home Gym Con, and I also will talk a little bit about the American Barbell showroom grand opening that Naomi and I attended last night. It was a lot of fun, and we'll go ahead and kind of give you guys some of our reactions to that. And then in the third hour, that'll be 8 a.m. Eastern time, 6 a.m. Mountain time. We'll say what's up to the Mountain Time Zone. And then our guy, Jake Jaworski, who is the founder of Home Gym Con, he's going to join us because he was actually here yesterday for HFA. And so I want to get his reaction to HFA, what he thought of it, because he also attended the Arnold this year. And so I want to see, what his thoughts were, because we entered the event like we were walking together. Naomi, me, and then Jake was walking with us. And then after we got into the trade show, we got separated. So I would just periodically see him throughout the day. So this is our first chance to compare notes. So that'll be a lot of fun. And then in the final hour, we got Phil Patti, the founder of American Barbell. Phil's got a ton of stories, and Phil's going to come on and he's going to talk about not only the cool stuff that American Barbell has here at HFA. I'm going to ask him about El Padrino, the new deadlift bar. I'm going to talk to him about the Chewy bar. And then also, I'm going to ask him a little bit about their upcoming podcast, American Barbell Unleashed. So that's going to be a lot of fun. That's going to be a 9 o'clock hour. So if you guys have questions for Phil Patti, don't wait. Go ahead and start putting them in the chat now, and I will star them so that we do not miss them. And then when Phil comes on, I'll have those questions already ready to go. So if you guys got any questions about any American Barbell bars, start throwing them in the chat, because that way I can ask Phil all of your questions. All right, now that you guys know what's going on, let's go ahead and see and say hello to everybody who's here in the live chat. I believe the first guy in the building was my guy Carlos. He's normally the first one here, but let's go find out. Let's see if he won today. Jared's been giving him a run for his money lately. Oh, yep, 5 a.m. Eastern time. Carlos is here waiting. He said, "Rise and grind is about that time. Wake up, wake up, wake up." That's right. Get everybody up. Wake up, wake up. Get out of the bed. Time to work. Let's go. And then Jared Martin right behind him at 5:51 a.m. Eastern time. Jared says, "Good morning, everyone." What's up, my man? I know you got your coffee with you. All right. Eric Eccles. Eric was up. So I may have been up before Eric this time. I doubt it. Because as we discovered last week, Eric is up so early, he's actually up late. All right. Because he gets up and he goes to work as the bars are closing. And there's nothing I can say about that except I salute you. Man who parks in gym. What's up, Jason? How you doing, my man? Hope things are going good for you on your end. Let's see here. Big Kurt in the house. Daddy. What's up, my man? Said he's bracing for impact. Jonathan from No Fate 24/7 says the No Fate channel checking in for the secret location. I promise I'm not a hostage. All right. Home Gym Physique said he was first. Sorry, man. You got to wake up a little bit. And actually, Kevin, you should have already been up. You should always beat these guys because it's actually evening for you over there in Japan. But I did see that you grabbed something from RitFit, so I cannot wait to see your unboxing video to find out what it was. Jonathan says 50K, I can taste it. Dude, I was stuck at like 48,003 something. And I was just staring at it, willing it to finally move, and it finally started moving. So we're getting there, man. We are getting there. In fact, let's do a quick check. Where we at? 48,704 subscribers. We gotta get over that hump. Get up over that hump. In fact, there's 475 of you watching right now. Everybody hit like. If all of you hit like and then hit subscribe, we'll get some good momentum going. All right. I appreciate all of you guys for being here, though. Home Gym Physique said No Faith counting his checks. Hey, everybody's saying checking in. That's right. Carlos, that's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of guerrilla marketing I like. He says, I just subscribed on my secondary Gmail account. That's what I'm talking about. Start a new Google account and subscribe on that one too. Jonathan said he's just popping bands over there. Oh, there you go. Okay. Oh, okay. So Kevin says to be first, you need to write first. Okay. You know what? Hey, if that's the rules of the game we play, I understand very well. All right. Brian's here. You know dang well I ain't about to say that. All right. I'm dead not even going to say that. All right. Let's see here. OJ Physique said, I don't make the rules. No Fate does. And Carlos said, I'll remember that. Home Gym Physique. Okay. All right. I got you. All right. So now we've said what's up to everybody and we know what's going on. Let's go ahead and jump into our first segment because we got a lot of ground to cover today. Let's go into news and other things right now. Okay, first news item, and I was actually kind of shocked by this, but Fringe Sport is still selling the Dane 1.0. I got an email about it 2 weeks ago. We just ran out of time on last week's show to talk about it, but I was like, Fringe Sport is literally selling the Dane one. They got the Dane 2.0 on pre-order, and some people already have the 2.0. But they are selling the Dane 1.0 as we speak. I'm not making this up. This thing is available. So here goes the first screen share of the day. Look at that. All right. First screen share of the day. I know you guys like that. So yeah. Hey, there we go. There you go. All right. There you go, ladies. Hey, calm down. Relax. We're going to be sharing our screen a whole lot. All right. Nope. Let's see here. Now that's actually not the right one. Let me see here. I'm not supposed to be sharing that yet. Hold up. So let's go to here. Share this tab. There we go. All right. We're going to be back to that in a second. That was a link to Reddit, but that does apply. All right. So as you guys can see, the Dane 1.0 half rack functional trainer is available for sale. Costs $24.99 with free shipping. There's no such thing as free shipping. Shipping is included in the price. But anyway, to the lower 48 states, it's available in clear coat and black. Now, why would you want to get the Dane 1.0 when the 2.0 is already out? Well, the first advantage is it's in stock, so there's no wait time. You don't have to do the pre-order thing. It is less expensive than the Dane 2.0. However, and this is where we're going to go back to Reddit. Now, I'm going to say this. Shout out to my guy Peter Keller. I love Peter and what they're doing over there at French Sport. But this is from 11 days ago. This guy named Free Tucker Case. I don't know what they're going through over there, but I hope Tucker Case gets free, unless he's guilty, in which case lock him up. Anyway, so he says he ordered the Dane functional trainer during our Black Friday sale last year, which would be November 2024. They knew it was on back order. The website said it would ship in December or maybe 2024, maybe January 2025. They spoke with sales reps, got some assurances on things, placed the order. The weights and bars arrived in less than 2 weeks, and the trainer kept getting delayed more and more. So the reason he's upset is that every time he spoke with a service rep, I got assurances of a new ship date, but it kept getting extended. So they finally got the Dane in March of 2025, so this month, and they ordered it November 2024, and it was supposed to be delivered January 2025. Now, that's the Dane 2.0. Okay, as far as I know, that's the Dane. I think that's the Dane 2.0. So that, like I said, is one reason why you would want to not order the Dane 2.0, right? But what I'm saying here is, as I'm looking at these, and there's a bunch of people who had similar stories. There's this guy whose name I'm not going to say because it's a family show, but he says, I was in a similar situation. I ordered the Dane 1.0 October last year. Fast forward to February, I finally got it. He said, I'm still waiting on my attachments, my pegboard, the low roll foot plate, multi-grip bar, and weight horns. And they told me it was going to be April. He said, at least, and then the original poster got to upgrade to the 2.0 for free. He said, at least you got to upgrade to 2.0 for free. This guy didn't get his Dane 1.0 on time, and then he had to pay the $700 to upgrade. So you guys can see this thread, see how long it is, right? And they actually pulled up the exact same email that I got, right? And he says, check this out, I received it from them March 10th. He said, not going to lie, I'm a little bit confused about conflicting messages here. If you're interested at all in buying in the future, I would purchase to lock in the price now. That they will raise prices because of tariffs. And I mean, PK has been on, and he said that that may happen. But anyway, the problem is, now Tucker said, I have no problems with the product once I actually got it. But you guys just can see all of the negative feedback that people are saying about Fringe and specifically about the Dane 1.0 and 2.0. Now, there are a few places, Peter did reply, and this is something I appreciate about Fringe Sport, and why I think why I support them. So PK went on 10 days ago, and he said, look, I'm sorry. So Jungle Asian, that's the name he chose, said, this doesn't give me a warm fuzzy. I was researching the Dane 2.0 ad nauseum last night. Look really good, and there are folks here who swear by it, but customer service is a big deal. And so PK said, sorry you feel that way. We have definitely screwed up multiple times on the original poster's order. That said, we do have hundreds of thousands of happy customers, many of them with Dane 1.0 and Dane 2.0s. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing that and come back to you guys. But like I said, look, my guy, Peter Keller is my guy. I'm a fan of PK and what they're doing in Fringe Sport. But I'm just going to say that that's the kind of thing that I hope they're able to get ironed out, because that kind of negative publicity does no one any good. But anyway, as I said, the Dane 1.0 is available, and you can get it instead of the 2.0, and potentially you won't have to wait as long. All right, so that's the first item. Now, let me remind you guys that we do have a in-person show at Home Gym Con this year, and I need to get an accurate head count. Not enough of you guys are signing up, so I'm going to bring this up every week on every show until we get all of you guys signed up because I want to see all of you guys at Home Gym Con, and I want to see all of you guys at my show. So the Sign Up Genius link is going to be in the live chat right here. I'm about to drop it right now. And if you guys are watching on replay, shout out to the replay gang. It is also in the video description, so you can go there. So all 580 of you who are watching right now, go to the link that I just put in the live chat and go sign up to be at Home Gym Con at our live show. Don't worry about whether we'll have room for all of you. We will find room if all of 580 of you show up. 595 of you show up. We'll figure it out, okay? But please help me out because we want to raffle off some prizes. We want to do some special things for you guys. Can't do that if I don't have an accurate head count. So help your boy out. Help me help you. All right. Back to news. So another news item, Bells of Steel has a lot of their popular Hydra and Manicore components back in stock. And that includes their globe pull-up bars, their dumbbell kettlebell shelf, hanging barbell holders, magnetic rack attachment pins. So let's go ahead and go on over to Bells of Steel and see what they got going on over there. Let's go ahead, screen share. You know I love me a good screen share. Let's go on over there. All right, so let's see here. This is their belt squat machine. All right, it says save your back for back day. No pain, yes gain. All right, and as I said, the Hydra and Manicore components are now back in stock. I don't necessarily need to go show you guys all of them, but basically, if you got a Hydra, components for it are in stock. You got a Manicore, components for it are back in stock, and you guys can see all of the different things that they have here. You guys know that we're big fans of the Bells of Steel product line. We've got several of their things in our home gym. Got their bare naked powerlifting bar. We've got excuse me. We've got their indoor cycling mic, the spin mic. Got that. We got a ton of stuff. We got their vertical plate tree and bar holder, and we're very, very pleased with the quality of everything that we had. So if you guys want to check out some quality stuff, and if you want to support the show at the same time, we do have an affiliate link. It will not affect the price. So, if there's a discount that's active whenever you go on there, whenever you watch this and decide to go on there, first of all, I appreciate you. But then also, you will be able to use our code to give us credit for directing you to go there. But then at the same time, you'll be able to take advantage of any discount. So, sometimes the affiliate codes will give you a discount, but it might be like, let's say it's 10% off, and then there's like a 20-30% off sale. Then you have to make a decision about what you want to, whether you want to support us or use and take advantage of the discount. You don't have to worry about that this time. Just literally go there. Any discount that they got going on, you can take advantage of it. And so I just posted that affiliate link in the live chat. And if you're watching on replay, once again, it is in the video description. All right. Now, let's see. Let's go ahead. Comment section. I see Carp said something. Let's see what he said. What's up, Carp? He said, yeah, the Fringe Falcon bench is now available. That was announced on Black Friday. You can finally see what the black version looks like if you wanted to save $50 over the clear coat. Yeah. So they got a lot of stuff that they've got some supply chain issues. And to be honest with you, I don't know what the tariff situation is going to do to them as far as getting stuff in from overseas. It's definitely not going to help the situation, but hopefully they can figure out something. Maybe they can try some U.S. manufacturers to maybe get them over that hump. But yeah, I have heard some rumblings, but that's pretty much all I can say about that. All right, now shout out to everybody who's ordered their Garage Gorilla bar. Carp has been playing with his, and I will say that we have we did get a report about the sleeves, the coating on the sleeves kind of coming off. Now that's not something that I really paid attention to because I was more concerned about so back up. When I got the bar, or when I ordered the bar, my goal was on the utility of it, the performance of it, right? And so it didn't bother me that the coating on the sleeves was coming off. But if this is something, we want to give you guys something that you're going to be happy with. So if the coating isn't to you guys' satisfaction, David and I are talking about different ways, different coatings that we can use for just the sleeves, to kind of make it, because I think that the coating on the shaft is perfect, but the coating on the sleeves, if that needs to be made a little bit more robust, we are working on that. And when I say we, mostly him. I'm just telling him, hey man, they want better sleeve coatings, and then he's like kind of looking at what the options are, because we don't want to raise the price of the bar any more than it already is, but we also want you to have a product that you're happy with. All right, so that is not something that we're taking lightly. All right, but I do appreciate all of you who have already purchased a Garage Gorilla bar, and if you would like to get one yourself, you can go to the link to get one is in the video description. Just go on over to GorillaStrength.us and go ahead and grab one, and make sure you use code Garage Gym Life so you'll save $50 off the purchase price. Okay. Now here's something else. So we talked about Elite FTS a little bit last show, and no, we didn't. It was a show before that. We talked about Elite FTS, and they got another product that I saw, and I'm like, once again, I don't know if this is worth the money. So let's go ahead and check it out. This is this time it is their leg extension leg curl, and yeah, all right, so it's the signature leg extension leg curl. It is plate loaded. The main pad is adjustable. I can't really show you what it looks like to adjust it, but so basically it looks like it adjusts up or down. So you see right there, for those of you who are listening on Podbean, you're going to want to go over to YouTube and watch this part of the video, well, this part of the show, but it looks like this pad is adjustable so that it can be flat, or you can give it a slight decline, which is something you might want to do for leg curls. Okay, so that, because when you're doing leg curls, your hips kind of rise, your butt rises up a little bit as you're doing part of the movement, and so having the pad angled down a little bit helps to minimize that a little bit. All right, so that is something that is a nice feature. It's got a 2x2 and a 2x3 frame, steel frame, black grip pad, and it's got band pegs. That's another cool thing. So down there at the bottom there are band pegs. So you've got your plate weight, and then you've also got the ability to add weight with the band pegs. You can do both together. You can do and or whatever you want to do. That's all nice. However, I'm asking you guys, is that worth $1,978, which is the regular price? It is on sale right now for $1,780.20. But is that what I just described? Is that worth it to you guys? I want to hear from you guys. Is this, what do you think about the Elite FTS signature leg extension leg curl, especially at that price point? I'm not too sure about that, especially. So Jared says it's out of my budget for that machine. The biggest thing that gives me pause is when they say purchasing doesn't guarantee stock. What? So just because I buy it, just because it's on sale and I buy it, doesn't mean you have it? Now, I understand if you say it's a custom built order, because then you're making changes to it. It's not like you're just sending me out a stock piece. I get that. And they said custom built orders typically ship in 3 to 4 weeks. But what do you mean purchasing doesn't guarantee stock? That right there is like the song says, say no go. What's the name of the song? Say no go. Brian, do you know what that song is? Because you just go ahead and say, heck no, he replied. You dang right, man. That's a bit much, man. Hey, shout out to Dave Tate for all the good things he does for the community, but I don't know about that. All right. That's a bit much, man. So Elite FTS products, No. Elite FTS strength equipment is manufactured by Williams Strength, which I believe is South Carolina. Yeah, South Carolina. Is it down the road from Spud Inc? I passed it on the way to Spud Inc. When I was going to Spud Inc. The last time I went there. Well, I guess I technically passed it both times I went to Spud Inc. But I noticed it the second time. All right. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Williams Strength is right down the road from Spud Inc. and they make Elite FTS products. I knew you'd know. So it was Hall and Oates. Yeah. Say no, go. That's the theme song for all expensive equipment. Say no, go. All right. So where we at here? Carlos said, I can't go for that. That's the song. Yes, there you go. I can't go for that. Can't go for that. Oh, I can't go for that. Say no, go. Well, y'all gonna make me listen to that song today. I hope you're happy. All right. So Carp said, yeah, I think the Williams Strength one is cheaper. At that price, I will want something with a plate stack like the one that people are getting from Alibaba. That one is like a sword next copy. So the only thing I'll say about anything from Alibaba is you do still have to pay import duties or whatever to get it in the country. But yeah, and I will say that a factor of the higher price is because Elite FTS has to pay Williams Strength to make the product, and they pass that price on to you guys or to us. Then they got to they got to add to the price if they want to make a profit. Because if they don't increase the price over the Williams Strength one, they'll basically just break even and they'll go out of business nice and fast. That's a nice, efficient way to go out of business and end up on the lunch at the dang what you call counter at the local soup kitchen. Carp said it looks like oh boy. Okay. Carp, I know you're driving, probably using your phone. I'm struggling with this one. It looks like there's still equipment in Bellsville. See if we're gonna try to rebring their own version of it too. So not sure what the price will be on that, but 1,500 shipped. It looks like Bells of Steel equipment and Bells of Steel are going to try to rebring their own version of that for the legacy. Okay, so Bells of Steel is going to have a version of this. Okay, I got you now. But 1,500 shipped is what people are paying for the Alibaba version. There you go. Okay, so you're telling me that they don't have to pay, because you got to pay for something to come into the country is what I'm getting at. Sometimes that offsets the savings you would get from Alibaba. Because to be honest with you, a lot of times the reason why Alibaba is less expensive is because it's like basically they make too much of something at the factory and then they've got extras, and so then they say, well, we're not going to hang on to this, and so they'll sell it at a discount to just kind of recoup their production costs. All right, Carlos said he's already listening to Hall & Oates. Hey, I'm telling you, man, you know how the song just gets stuck in your head. Yeah. All right, Matthew Porter. Hey, Matthew. So let's see, did I bring this thing over here? No, I did. So baby, could you hand me, there you go, thank you, baby. All right, so Matthew, look what I brought with me to HFA 2025. That's right, my clip script. And why did I bring this? Because you asked me to check, to compare the knurling on the Chewy bar from American Barbell to the knurling on this handle to see, because that would kind of let you know if the Chewy bar is something you might want to get. I know you said so I'm going to tell you right now that, so first of all, I was a little skeptical about taking this into the expo because I didn't want anybody to just straight up copy your design. So I ended up not doing it, but we did go to the American Barbell grand opening last night. After the HFA trade show was over, we headed on over to American Barbell they opened up their Las Vegas showroom. Their grand opening was last night. We went there and hung out for an hour or so. What the heck is that? Oh, that's my alarm telling me the time to get up. Yeah, I'm already up. Anyway, that's what happens when you change time zones. But anyway, so we were at the American Barbell showroom, and I was able to get my hands on the Chewy bar. And just to cut to the chase, the Chewy bar knurling is much. It's noticeably more aggressive than the Eclipse grip. Your Eclipse grip knurling is more like their California bar. Okay, the California bar has knurling similar to your Eclipse grip handle. So if you're looking for a bar, if you would like to purchase an American Barbell bar, I would tell you that just from the standpoint of the knurling, if you want something that's like the Eclipse grip, you're going to want to go with the California bar. Okay, but yeah, I brought this thing with me. It was in my bag. And I'll tell you a fun fact, right? So we have walked a lot. We affectionately have been calling the walk to the trade show and back to our hotel room the Bataan Death March, right? Because our calves have been tight. And so it was without shame that I bust out my Bob and Brad C2 massager, and I went to work on my calves, and I needed it, right? Now, what I think is funny is, yes, it was in a case. I get it. It was in a case. But when they tell you that this thing is TSA compliant, it is, because the TSA, it was in the case, and you know that they just see shapes, right? They didn't bat an eye at this. But my wife's toiletries or toiletry bag and your Eclipse grip caused them, they're like, I can't tell what that is. So they opened up my suitcase to inspect the Eclipse grip. So I guess for you, that's in a way free advertising, Matthew. But I just wanted you to know that this triggered the TSA. This right here. I'm not sure what they thought it was, but it triggered them. All right. Oh, that's messed up. So Eric, shots fired at Carp. He said Carp does speech to text, and his accent is Tennessee, not English. Shots fired. Shots fired at 6:32 in the morning. Yikes. That ain't right. You ain't right. Look at that. You're trying to assassinate me, Eric. But I will survive as long as I know how to love. I know I'll stay alive. That's the next song for you to listen to, Carlos, after you finish all the notes. All right. So Carp said it's like 700 and then another 700 in shipping for the Alibaba leg extension leg curl. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Carp said, so this is actually to Matt, but I think this is good information for everybody. He said, Matt, you might want to look for a Chewy bar 25 TPI. You could try to find one on the secondary market or call them, see if you'll make one. They'll make you one on special order. It's more sandpaper like Kabuki's old power bar. Yeah, all right. Carlos said he's already on it. Now, I ain't going to be recommending songs all day to y'all, okay? I got things to do. I can't be on this live stream just recommending songs, okay? We moving on to our next segment. I ain't got time for that. All right, so now let me go ahead and I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a sneak preview of, well, actually, no, there's something else I needed to show you. Hang on. I lied. Hold up. That's not it. So okay. I thought I had something new from AbMat, but I don't. I do have some very interesting pictures of Kyle from Kaizen DIY that they emailed along with their latest email newsletter. So if you guys want to see that, go ahead and sign up for the email newsletter and enjoy. So let me go ahead and all right. So I'll tell you guys a couple of things. I am not Casey Kasem. Definitely not. For one thing, I'm alive. Let's start there. You know what? And this has really nothing to do with anything else, but when he passed away, I was like, oh, I didn't realize he was still alive. Which is wrong. But the dude had been alive for so long, I kind of forgot. I was like, he's like in that list of people like you thought he had already passed away. So, rest in peace. And so going up with the Chewy bar, so if you email, they have blemish ones laying around. So let me say something too about just the trip about American Barbell stuff. So I'll say that they had a ton of bars. We actually, so they've got a pretty cool setup. So they've got their booth here at the HFA trade show. And you guys can see some of my coverage of HFA trade show. I'm posting on Instagram. I'm also posting YouTube shorts. I got to try Iron Bull Strength's new, well, not only did I get to try the Cerakote dumbbells, but I also got to try out version 2 of their adjustable bench. It is flat incline. It's not flat incline decline. It is flat and incline, like the Rep Fitness AB 5200 1.0. So I got to try that, and I posted that video on Instagram and on you, and it's already a YouTube short as well. So if you guys haven't seen it, you can go ahead and check it out. Heck, I'll show you right now. I don't know why I'm making you wait. Why would I do that to you? I won't do that to you. Let's go ahead and jump in here. So take me a second. I need to sign into this joint anyway, because I got some stuff I need to screen share with you later on. Alright. So here we go. So let me share the screen now. You're not going to be able to hear me talking. If you want to hear what I'm saying, well, then you need to watch the YouTube short. Click like, or you can watch it on Instagram. And also, once again, click like, drop a comment, that sort of thing. But that's me. So you see I'm picking up those are the Cerakote dumbbells. I was really impressed with the coating on the dumbbells. They look really nice. And I was skeptical about the bench, because when I looked at that diamond pattern, I was like, man, that looks slick. It looks like it's just like, like I really expected to just yeet right off the bench as soon as I applied in the leg drive. But in case you're wondering, yes, yeet is a technical term. But I was pleasantly surprised. So what it is they've designed it to be grippy where your shoulders are, and then where your head would be. They actually have a head protector, which we use for commercial gym, so that way the back of your head isn't in somebody else's head sweat. But if you don't have the head protector on there, like I didn't have it on there, and then that is the headrest is slick, so that's good. Let me see what else here. You guys saw that I saw the guys from the Power Tech team. Oh man, poor Luis. We caught him with his eyes closed. I promise I won't use that picture for the thumbnail. And we did give a shout out to Home Gym Hacks and Reviews, and not during the video, but during actually I gave a shout out to him during the video, the interview, and then I talked to them a little bit about after the conversation. Here is kind of like a quick walkthrough of the American Barbell grand opening last night. You guys can check that out. So this is at their Vegas showroom, and this is just one of the rooms. I didn't even video all of the rooms. We have a full video that'll be coming out next week showing the event, but this is where we show all of the rooms. But this is just one room where they've got just tons of equipment. I think there may be 3 or 4 lifting platforms in there, several different kinds of racks. I mean, there's bars everywhere, and I was in this room that I saw the Chewy bar. So there's a few of the lifting platforms, and then you see this dumbbell rack right there. And I did see the El Padrino deadlift bar that was in a different room. But yeah, so this is actually towards the end of the evening. Things were kind of winding down, but it was a pretty good setup, as you guys can see. I'm sorry, it was pretty good turnout. As you guys can see, had good food there, catered by a company called Siempre, and I was like, man. So yeah, food was good. So let's see here. And Carb said, "Look at that camera work." Hey man, we try. So what we did is actually we took we do our booth interviews just like we do at Home Gym Con. And then we would take, and just like a Home Gym Con, we then take our secondary camera and we would go around and just get B-roll. But then I actually I have a walkthrough video I'm going to show you guys in a little bit, where when I do at the 7 o'clock hour, when I do my full HFA recap, I'll show you guys the walkthrough video. And it was I just basically took my Sony and I just turned the camera on. I walked through a couple places. I had to cut the camera off just because, well, in a couple of spots it wasn't showing anything relevant, because I was walking through the entire that section of Mandalay Bay. So you walk through the casino. I mean, that's not relevant. Walk through the casino, then you start walking up the hallway to get to the trade show, and then there's a part where they have stuff that's kind of like advertising other Mandalay Bay events. So since it wasn't relevant to the trade show, I went ahead and I just cut the camera off. And then a couple of times it was cool too, because people were stopping me. I kept constantly so I saw Scott McDonald from Body Solid. Let me see if I got a picture. Did I post that picture? Yeah, so I'll just show you guys some of the people I ran into there. So go ahead and I'll go back and I'll share the screen again real quick. I ran into the crew from Iron Master. Oh, so I ran into the crew from Iron Master. In fact, we're working on getting them on the show next week, but I saw them. I saw the crew from X Master, and in fact, Basement Brandon was like, "Hey, you need to go see my boy Coach Will W at X Master." So we walked around till I saw him, and I said, "Hey, are you Will?" No, I said, "Hey, I'm here looking for Will," and he said, "That's me." I said, "Hey, Basement Brandon told me to come over, to make sure I saw you." And I posted it, and actually Brandon, 15 minutes ago, Brandon replied, said Worlds Colliding, because I was like, "Brandon, I found him." Of course, we went to the Lockjaw booth, and where Leroy, one of the strongest benchers in the world, he's now doing arm wrestling, but Leroy the Machine Walker was there, and he actually gave us the breakdown of their collars, including his signature collars. He's got a set of signature collars that are the machine collars. He's Leroy the Machine Walker, and so they gave us a breakdown of that. Trying to see if I can see some of this stuff. Let's see. Here's another shot of the convention center. You guys can see. I mean, it is huge. To just put it in perspective, we got about 16,000. Well, actually, we got over 16,000 steps each day that we've been here. Just walking back and forth to our room and then walking around the convention center. Okay, so just take my word for it. I saw Body Solid, and I was able to talk to them. And so yeah, that was we had a good time. We had a good time there, but and then they actually had an event last night that Scott invited me to, and so after we left the American Barbell event, we went to the Body Solid event, which was here in the hotel. Spent some time networking, and I came upstairs and basically took a nap, and then woke up, and now we're doing the show. So here we go. All right, now you know what it is now time for, because it is 6:43. And so 6:43 on the East Coast. And wherever we get to 6:40, the 6:45 mark roughly, that's when it's time for the most popular segment. That's right, Recliner of Rage. Time to get mad.
It's the Recliner of Rage.
It's the Recliner of Rage, 'cause he's not happy.
Okay, so I took notes, but I don't need them because this junk is fresh on my mind because it happened yesterday. All right, so today's Recliner of Rage is dedicated to the Health and Fitness Association's media policy. I'm not mad at the security because they're doing what they were told. Okay, it is so frustrating. Let me give you some background so I can show you, so I can tell you in context. Naomi and I have covered the Arnold Fitness Expo multiple times. We have covered the Olympia Expo once, and of course we've covered Home Gym Con every year that Home Gym Con's been going on, just like we're going to be there again. Okay. Out of all of those, I got to say that the Arnold has the most media friendly policy. And let me tell you what I'm saying. At the Arnold, so the Arnold opens up, the main expo opens up at about 9 a.m. Because we go on a media pass, we are able to get into the Arnold at I think we got in there about 6:30, because the last time we were there, the pump and run was getting ready to start, and we were talking, and that starts super early, and we were actually talking to some of the organizers and the people who were getting ready to compete in it. Okay, the reason they let you get in early is because the Arnold is loud, and the purpose of the Arnold is for these businesses to sell their product. Just like the purpose of these exhibitors, they don't call them vendors, the purpose of these exhibitors who come here and set up their booths is for them to make deals with the gym chains that are here. So Planet Fitness is here, for example, right? So if you want to make a deal to be the supplier for Planet Fitness, every Planet Fitness in America, you'd have to pry that away from American Barbell. But if that's your goal, you come here and you market to the reps from Planet Fitness, okay? Whoever's in charge of purchasing. So that's the kind of deal. Same thing, the YMCA is here. You market to the YMCA, say, hey, I want to be the one that provides all treadmills for all YMCAs in America. That kind of thing, right? So the idea behind letting media get in early is so that we can get our interviews done. Since you said you let us come here on a media pass to cover your show and provide publicity for your show, we can get in and get our interviews done and get out of the way. Not only is it quieter if you let us get in early, but also the people we're talking to, the exhibitors we're talking to, don't have to divide their attention because they're constantly getting interrupted. Especially somebody popular like Phil Patti. I was talking to Phil in the time. I talked to Phil for 5 minutes just to confirm our interview with him today, and the fact that we're going to their booth later on this morning, right? In that 5 minutes, he was interrupted 6 times. People kept on walking by, hey, Phil, and just talking to him. All right? Because they're not looking at, oh, there's a camera there. Okay? People will walk right between the camera and what you're looking at. They don't mind just breaking your access. All that happens if you are filming during the trade show. And so we actually had an interview with Iron Bull, with Frank Bison, from the founder of Iron Bull Strength, right? And yes, I asked him all the questions, all the things that were concerns for me, the things that made me say I need to pull back a little bit. I'm not sure if I can support. I can even have this video showing this rack up on my channel. I love the rack, but you remember all the stuff I said last week, right? Well, he said, let's do the interview at 9 before this trade show opens. And I was like, yeah, that's perfect, because it'll not only be quieter, but we also won't be interrupted. Okay? The security would not let us in. They said you can't go in there because you don't have the right color badge. So we have a green stripe on our badge because it's a media pass. Basically, media pass, it doesn't say media, it says general conference, but you get it without having to pay for it because you're media, right? That gives us access to all of the seminars. I was able to attend every seminar I wanted. Naomi was able to attend seminars. We had no issues with any of the seminars. But we can't get in the trade show before 10 o'clock unless an exhibitor was with us. Now, flip side. We were talking to someone from a brand I'm not going to name because I don't want to out them, right? But you would recognize the brand, right? They said they wanted to attend a seminar, but they couldn't go to the seminar because exhibitors are not allowed to go to the seminars unless they pay extra money to also get a general conference badge. So think about this. So one of the seminars, a seminar that we attended, was about basically equipment design and layout and how gyms will decide what equipment they buy. Now, don't you think that the people who make equipment, who are exhibitors, who are actually at the trade show, might want to sit in there? especially since during that seminar, they asked for a show of hands how many people were there because they wanted to make purchases for their gym and they were going to use the trade show to help guide their decisions. Don't you think the people at the trade show would have wanted to know who these people were so they can identify customers and maybe even talk back and forth and find out what their customers' needs were? But they couldn't attend the seminars because they're exhibitors. They didn't have the right badge. I'm like, this makes absolutely no sense to me. Why make it hard? They said, well, it's because of insurance. Man, come on. Just come on. Okay? As I said, we went to the I had much more risk of getting hurt during the trade show when there's people everywhere, there's bodies walking around, people not paying even the first bit of attention to where they're walking. There are people walking, looking down because they're lost as a ball in tall grass trying to figure out how to get around in this huge place. And we almost got, well, I wasn't about to get run over, but people almost bounced off of me several times, okay? And I'm just like, you've got to be joking me, man. You think that it's less safe if I come in when the crowd is smaller to do an interview that I've arranged with an exhibitor, and you told me to come to this event to be media and to cover your event and to tag you? Seriously? Use my hashtag. Use our hashtag so we can feature you. If that's what you want, why make my job harder? Why make my job harder? Again, the Arnold has its flaws, but they let us in early before the crowds come. You can do all of your interviews, and then you don't have to be in the way of people trying to, you know how long people stand in lines at the Arnold to be able to shake somebody's hand or to buy something? Now imagine me coming in there, because as media, we get to cut the line. Imagine me coming up there and cutting the line to get a booth tour where I'm taking away at least one of the sales reps' attention. They're going to focus directly on me, because that's the thing. And if I do a booth tour, you're focusing on me. I don't need you to stop in the middle of me filming you to say hi to your friend from high school who you haven't seen in 20 years. Y'all need to catch up after the interview is over. Okay? But how is that fair to the customer? How is that fair to the people who are trying to make sales? It's not. I may look like this doesn't bother me, but it really does, because it also means that I put out an inferior product for you guys. And as I mentioned to somebody else, unlike other brands, my content is my product. And I don't like it when somebody does something to make me put out what I consider to be an inferior product, a product that's not up to my standards, because your name ain't on it, mine is. I don't like it. I don't like it. And so I cannot wait for the feedback survey. I can't wait. I'm like in the starting blocks, like Usain Bolt getting ready to do a race. I'm that eager. I cannot wait for them to ask me what I think. Because I will say there were things that they did very well. I love the fact that they, like the Arnold, they set it up so that all of the exhibitors know in advance, who the media are. So we've been getting emails asking for us to arrange interviews for quite some time, and we've been pre-arranging them so you can kind of map out your schedule, try to get stuff set up so you go, so that each interview is like near each other, so you're not walking all over the place, zigzagging, walking for no reason, and not retracing your steps and that kind of thing. So that was good. The Arnold does that. HFA does that as well. So I'm not saying that they don't do anything right. I'm just saying that this is not good. It's not fair to the vendors, exhibitors, whatever you want to say. It's not fair to the customer, their prospective customers, and it's not fair to the media, because we're standing outside. I mean, what do you think we're going to do when we go in there? We're going to get footage. Also, think about this. I told you guys that I walked through. I'm about to show you a video where I just walk through, right? Imagine how much cooler that is if I'm in a walk through and there aren't people I'm not like doing like that, walking around, people trying to get around. Whatever. There's 1,043 of you watching right now, and I hope somebody that includes people who are from the Health and Fitness Association. You guys have an outstanding event. We really had a good time. We think that there's This is something that we definitely want to keep coming back to. But seriously, y'all got to do better about how you treat media in terms of giving us access. That's especially when your competitor does it right. So that's all I got to say. You know, like I said, I don't like it when you mess with my product, man. There you go, Carl. Exactly. I don't like it when they mess with my product. I don't like it when they mess with my product. All right. Because again, I'm the one with Garage Gym Life on his shirt. I'm the one that's got to wear that embarrassment. If I screw up, I don't mind admitting it. You guys saw the video that I posted about how we messed up with the Red Fit bench. And in fact, I'll take the blame because I'm pretty much the one to put it together. I'll take the blame for that. But I don't like having to carry the blame for something that's not my fault that I couldn't do anything about. So that's unsat. Unsat. All right. So now we got Kevin here. He says, I see the show started early. My man, we started on time. You late, Kevin. But hey, I'm glad that you're here, my man. I'm glad you're here. We've been going for an hour. All right. I literally took a 2-hour nap, jumped out of bed, and I'm here with y'all. So I appreciate each and every one of you who's here. Hey, once again, I'm gonna ask you one more time. There's, like I said, about over 1,000 of you watching. Please hit the like button and then hit subscribe. Hitting like is free. Hitting subscribe is free, and it helps the channel grow. It'll help me out more than you know. I know some of y'all are worried about it screwing up your algorithm. Ain't gonna mess up your algorithm. It's gonna help your algorithm. Just click like and click subscribe. All right. And if you are already subscribed, then do me this favor. There's something else that I'd like for you guys to do then. Okay. Hey, I don't want you to just watch this video. I need you to like, subscribe, and if you're already a subscriber, I want you to join our channel for 99 cents a month so you can help us improve YouTube for the home gym community. Okay, back to the video. All right, because if you become a member, it's 99 cents a month, you get to see all of our videos ahead of everybody else. So, for example, my interview with Frank from Iron Bowl Strength is already available to the members. So you guys can watch it right now. I mean, I would prefer if you didn't stop watching my live stream to go watch that video. But channel members have been able to watch it since yesterday because it was already up. Okay, so that's just a perk. You get to see everything, and then there's some content that is always only for members. So every video upload goes to the members first, and some video uploads then get made available to the general public. So for less than $12 a year, you get to see every bit of content that we put out. And if you value what we do, that to me is a bargain. Plus you're supporting the channel, makes it possible for us to come out and do things like cover shows like HFA. So if you want to help us out, the join link is in the video description. If anybody wants it, I can put it in the live chat as well. All right. So let's see here. Now it is almost 6 a.m. in the Central Time Zone. Shout out to the Central Time Zone. Thank you for getting up way too early with Garage Gym Life. We would not be able to have this show without all you guys tuning in. We already had some Central Time Zone representatives here. Carlos, Eric, got Jason, Man Who Parks and Jim. In case y'all don't know, MWPIG saves you, I forgot how many percent at Prime Fitness, by the way. Just to let you know. Hey, we got a first timer. Bern Stosleen? I don't know. I'm butchering your last name probably, but man, I appreciate you for being here. And I appreciate you, Jared, for inviting my man Bern to this chat. I hope you have a good time checking this out. In fact, let me give you one of these, my man, because this is your first time here. I see you, and I want to make sure that if you, as you're listening to the conversation, something pops up and you have a question or a comment, don't just sit there passively. Drop a comment and tell me what you think. I want to know. All right, drop a comment. Let me know. I want to see you active in the chat. All right, but thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here, man. All right, please do me a favor. Hit the like, hit subscribe while you're at it. Oh, definitely, man. Hey, that's what we do here, man. Welcome to the family, man. You are always welcome. Come on in, make yourself comfortable. Be here every Friday. I'm excited to see you guys. I love seeing new members. And Jared, once again, shout out to you for sharing the link and letting other people know about what we're doing here. All right, so I already did the shout out to the Central Time Zone. You can go ahead and cut all those off. Well, usually you're asleep during this part. Yeah, well, yeah. Anyway, but yeah, you can cut all those off. All right, thank you. All right, anyway, so let's go ahead and move into the next segment. As I promised, I'm going to give you guys a recap of HFA so far, so far this week. So let me set the stage. First of all, we flew out here on Tuesday night, trying to keep, stay within budget. We ended up catching a red eye to get out here. So we got to Vegas at 1 o'clock in the morning. Got to the hotel about 1:45, and obviously our room wasn't ready yet. We go up to the front desk and we're like, is it possible to get early check-in? They're like, yeah, potentially about 10 a.m. So obviously we're like, all right, we got stuff to do. So we basically walked around Mandalay Bay and just saw what we could see until we were able to get into our room. And like I said, that was roughly at about 10 a.m. We actually went to the food court and sat there till about 8, I think. Got something to eat at the food court, and kind of just sat there. I potentially, most likely, okay, yeah, I fell asleep. All right, I dozed off sitting at the food court while Naomi was working. All right, but hey, yeah, I did. I admit it. I'm not proud, but I went to sleep. I took a nap. All right. Anyway, and then Wednesday we went to seminars. Okay, but you don't worry about it. You want to see what HFA looks like, so I'll go ahead and I'll just let you guys check out this quick walkthrough. I actually recorded this in 200 speed. Okay, so 200%. So it's a little bit faster, but check it out. So this is after I've come out of the casino, because you got to go from the hotel, you got to walk through the casino to get to this part, and this is the hallway. So if you guys thought that the walk in French Lick for Home Gym Con was long, I promise you this is at least double that. At least double that. But you guys can see there's all these people, everybody with our badges on, because all of this is related to HFA. All right. You walk on through here, go into the convention center. It's like I cut it off because I said it was not related. Then there's this huge HFA sign. You walk in here. As you're walking up, there's an HFA sign. I took a picture next to that. I think about 4 a.m. Wednesday morning because I was bored, needed something to do. All right, and now this is walking into the trade show. All right. So you guys are about to see, like I said, this is like a quick and dirty. It's just me walking through with my Sony. And I'll try to shout out brands. So Lifetime Fitness is on the left right there. Hammer Strength is right behind them. You see that. This is Les Mills. So they do like body pump and stuff like that. And let's see here. That's Concept 2. They actually got they're moving into strength equipment. There's American Barbell right there. That's eCore. They do athletic, different kinds of flooring. We're going to be actually doing an appointment with them today, talking about the different kinds of flooring options they have for your gym. This is American Barbell. There's Phil Patti over there. All right, so you guys can check out some of the American Barbell stuff that's here. And you can see I slow down a little bit because I'm like, it's too cool to not show. Now, there's tons of bars right here, but a lot of these bars are just California bars. All right, but there's a ton of American Barbell bars, a good sample of their products. You guys, the video tour of their booth will be live next week, but, this is the American Barbell booth. And let's see, and we head on back out. It's Vision Athletics. That's a strength training equipment brand. Then let's see, where do we go next? Techno Gym. That's an overseas company. It's one of several Pilates companies. So if you're starting a Pilates gym, but they also have in-home Pilates products where you have basically you get an instructor with it, kind of like Peloton. Okay. It's Booty Builder. I didn't really spend a lot of time at that booth. There's Anchor. You guys might recognize them. They've been sending a lot of products over to home gym content creators. I have no idea what a Centium is, but you guys see how big this is. There's Power Plate. I saw some strange things at the Power Plate booth, and there's one of them right now. The woman is laying on the power. That's a vibrating stand, right? She's just laying there. I guess her back was tight. I don't know. All right. I don't know who that is. I forgot. That's Cold Plunge. There's one of. There's some saunas. There's a couple of like cold plunge things. That's Iron Bowl Strength. That's Frank sitting right there. It's after our interview. This is the TRX booth. If you guys are in the TRX, there they are. Trying to see who this was right here. That's Bodycraft. That's an older brand. They've been around for quite some time. This is QLI. This is a brand that's based in Vietnam. And we actually did a booth tour with them. They've got a warehouse in California now. Here's another Pilates brand, and we're actually going to try to catch up with them, get an interview with them. So this is spinning. So they got indoor cycling bikes. You know what spin is. And that's their main bread and butter. So let's see. I don't remember who that was that we just passed. Taibo Reboot. So any of y'all want to get some VR goggles and try some Taibo? It's possible. In the comfort of your living room. But please, Carlos, if you do it, video it and send it to me. They got Virtual Ride. That also, you guys see some of this stuff is obviously commercial, but then some of it, like Virtual Ride, I think would make sense in a home gym environment. It's wellness mats. Now those are just individual mats, like yoga mats that you would put down. Look at this guy. I found him. Jake right there, lockjaw collars. Let's see. This is another one of those vibration places. I forgot what that was, so I can't tell you what that is. Around the pole, I haven't even, and this is not even half of the place. I just seriously, this is like 1/3 of one side. Okay. Then there's that was a sauna distributor, more Pilates stuff, and there's power. I don't know if you guys saw, but there's Power Tech. All right, and I walked over and I ended up getting an interview with them. I cut the camera off and then restarted it because I wanted to talk to them about setting up the interview. There's Primal. Trying to see what else here. What else we got? I see your question, Jared. Let me pause the video. Hang on. Said what % of the companies present make equipment in the U.S. versus import? I'd say a fair amount of them import their products. So American Barbell makes products in the U.S. Power Tech, I believe, manufactured in the U.S., but only because of something they said about one of their products. I don't want to give it away. I want you guys to watch the videos, but they talked about one of their products that they mentioned they manufacture themselves. So I would say they make at least some of their stuff. QLI Fitness, like I said, they're based in Vietnam, so they're obviously overseas. Major Fitness is there. Their warehouses in America, but they definitely don't manufacture in America. And we did go by their booth and do a booth tour. It was pre-scheduled. Trying to think who else. Rep Fitness was there, or is here, and they don't manufacture in the U.S. But yeah, so I will tell you this, that this is, and the other thing about this is an international trade show. So there are gyms here from other countries. So some of them are purchasing equipment for their gyms. So you've got gyms that are based in China. All right. Well, they're obviously going to probably buy Chinese made products because it's just easier. And so it's not just American companies. So Watson is here. Watson Gym Equipment is here, but there are also gyms that are based in the UK that are here. So it's difficult for me to answer that question because I'm not sure. Home Gym Physique, you gotta tighten up. You need to strengthen you. We need you to have strong stomachs if you're gonna watch my show. Like I said, man, I was trying to go through fast because it's so crowded that it was harder to get through. Again, remember I said they should have let us get in early. I could have done that and walked slower. Yeah. But I don't want to rehash that. And Jared says that Burn knows a lot about lifting equipment, has a ton of ATX equipment, and made his own lifting product. Oh, that's cool, man. That's cool. All right, so we're almost done with the tour. Says True Fitness, Fitbench. This is InBody. They got scales and grip testers and stuff, but we're gonna try to get by there because they said they're in-home wellness solution, so of course that's right in our wheelhouse. Purify air with only water. I said, well, okay, sounds good. Exerfly, you guys may have heard of them. They've been getting some stuff out to influencers. And there you go. So that was that. And that was, again, only a fraction of the companies that were there at this event. Only a fraction of them. I mean, there's literally stuff everywhere. And then the seminars are downstairs on another floor. So yeah, there's a lot. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and just jump into the reaction. So, the seminars we attended on, Naomi, what's the name of the seminar you went to? Collaboration something. She's looking it up right now. This is perfect time for you guys to hit like and subscribe.
It is People Strategies, Establishing Trust and Engagement Authentically.
All right, so it's called, the seminar she went to is People Strategies, Establishing Trust and Engagement Authentically. And so, again, this is for gym chains. So gym chains have staff, okay? But it was still interesting to Naomi because she manages people in her day job. All right, so that was it. I don't remember who has Exerfly, but I remember seeing somebody with it, Kurt. But I don't remember who it is off the top of my head. But yeah. But anyway, so that's what she went to. I went to, as I mentioned earlier, a seminar called Design Insights, Incorporating Data into Equipment Planning and Layouts. So, number one, you guys know that because I worked in a public gym my first 5 years out of college. And I took interior design as one of my electives in college, mostly because it was that or something else worse. So I ended up being in interior design with a bunch of interior design students and a bunch of football players. And that was an interesting mix. But so as a result, I've always been interested in that. And I think that more than that, it is interesting to see how public gyms design their layouts to provide the best possible experience for their members, right? Especially, first impressions are important. So they want, if you're doing like a day pass or a drop-in, they want you to enjoy the experience so that you sign up, right? Anyway, but there's some key takeaways from the conversation. So there's a guy named Bruce Carter, and he's the head of a company called Optimal Design Systems International. And he said something that I had never really thought about. He said, exercise is not a loved product. So exercise isn't like a Big Mac. Those of us who do it enjoy working out, right? But people who don't do it don't like it. And just think back to when you first started, it wasn't enjoyable because you're like, I ain't getting anything out of this. I'm just getting sore for no reason, right? Well, they say, so what they do is basically try to design the environment to be enjoyable until the person starts to enjoy just exercise. So what does that mean for you? Most of us who have, well, I won't say most of us, a lot of us who have home gyms have like that dungeon. You're like, oh, it's a nice, I want a dungeon or whatever. Or it's like an aggressive environment. And we have we have issues getting our wives to train in there with us, right? Especially if our wives aren't into exercise and fitness, but we want to get our loved ones into it. And so they walk into our home gyms and they get gym intimidation in our home gyms, right? And I thought about that, like, hey, if you want somebody who's a loved one to start exercising, you got to make sure that your gym is welcoming to them, and there are ways to do it without like making it uncomfortable for you. But I'm just saying that that's something that you would want to think about. So if you've got somebody that you've been trying to get to start working out with you and they refuse to do it, you might want to look at ways that you can make your home gym a more inviting atmosphere to them, so that it'll kind of tide them over until. So here's one: put a TV in there. A lot of us already have TVs in our home gym. But put a TV in there, play music that they like, whatever. Create an environment that they will enjoy until they start to enjoy exercising. But I thought that was pretty interesting, right? Now here's another one. Some of y'all gonna be like, ouch. So we all should know this, especially those of us who are content creators. Buying and selling trends are driven by marketing from equipment manufacturers. The reason why everybody's looking at belt squats and things like the Anchor is because of marketing. And yes, sending these products to content creators and influencers is part of marketing. You get somebody who's your favorite influencer to do a review of a product. That's part of marketing. Even if they give it a negative review, you still saw the product. Okay? That's part of marketing. So what the guys, remember, these are public gym guys, right? They said that basically what the equipment manufacturers will talk about, and just think about the ads you've seen and the way that they talk about their products. They'll say, we've sold out of this thing. They'll always emphasize how many units of a particular product they've sold, because they're taking advantage of the natural human desire to follow trends, the fear of missing out. But keep in mind that just because they sold 100 units or 1,000 units or 100,000 units of something doesn't mean that those units are actually being used, right? Let's talk about lever arms. How many people bought lever arms because they were cool and ended up not using them because they're a pain to put on the rack and take off? Just for example. Same thing's going to happen with all these Smith machine attachments all y'all want, right? You'll find that they are a pain to put on and to take off. And some of you will use them, and a great many of you guys will not, because it's just going to be annoying. But these buying, selling trends are driven by the manufacturers, because every day they employ people at the factory to make a thing, and then that thing has to be sold to somebody to make so that they can get it off the shelf, because there's more stuff being made at the factory right behind it. They gotta free up that space, and they're gonna free it up by cluttering up your space. So that's why I always say, don't buy what's on sale, don't buy what's popular, buy what you actually need that's gonna support your goals. One other thing, and to go back to the panel, the panelists talked about how many times they go into public gyms and they find this popular product sitting in the corner gathering dust because the manufacturer made that gym owner believe that they needed to have that product. And the gym owner is like, they'll say, oh, well, we sold 100 of these to your competitor, right? So now the gym owner feels like, well, if I don't get this thing that my competitor has, my members are going to quit and they're going to go to my competitor, right? It's the exact same fear of missing out thing, right? With us, who are home gym owners, they do the fear of missing out. Like, hey, everybody else has one. This is the coolest thing. You need this in order to, it's got the knurling you like. It's got the clear coat you like. You'll be happier if you have this in your house. Never mind, you probably ain't gonna use it, but you'll have it in your house. It'll collect dust. And I'm gonna say this too. Another factor in this is you got influencers. I can't stand these. They make these list videos. The only thing you need to have to start a home gym is whatever this guy decided this week is all you need, right? It may not be even the same list of stuff that they said 2 years ago or a year ago, but it's driven because we understand that for search engine optimization purposes, list videos are very algorithm friendly. So they make lists. The only 2 things you need to start a home gym. If I started a home gym today, I would only have these 3 things. And also, you notice there's always 3s, 5s, and 10s because those are the numbers that people respond to. I can't stand that either. I absolutely can't stand it. So people are buying, and in fact, I responded to a guy on Reddit in our garage gym. He's like, I already got this. I think he said he had a bench and some dumbbells. He said, I'm looking to buy something else. What do I need to buy? And everybody starts giving him these answers. Oh, you definitely need this. You need a power rack. You need this. And I'm like, hold on. I don't even know what your goals are. What are you trying to accomplish? If you're trying to get in better shape for work and you're a firefighter, I might tell you need to buy a sandbag. Or I would buy a sandbag if I were you in your situation. I don't have any idea what you want to do. I don't have any idea what you want to be able to do next year. How on earth would I know what you need to buy? You take advice from me and I don't even know you. You're going to have this junk gathering dust. And that's also how people end up buying stuff and then try to justify reasons to use it. And that's when you start seeing all these other videos where, oh, look, I've got this thing in my house. Hey, look, I just figured out another exercise I can use it for. Like, so I know I sound like a grumpy old man in his bathrobe and slippers on the lawn yelling at kids to get off his grass. But I'm also sitting there like, are you telling me that you couldn't do that exercise before you got that thing? Most of the exercises I see people do with their fancy widget is something that they could have done already, but they just figured out, oh, I can also do it with this thing I bought. Oh yeah, now I can do dips with this. Well, couldn't you do dips before on your dip station that you bought because you thought you needed that? Now you're doing dips with this other gadget. I'm using lever arms to do dips. Oh, okay, great. Are you doing lever arms to do dips because it's better? Or are you using lever arms to do dips because you bought lever arms and now you got to justify having them? That's all I'm saying. Michael Brantley. Hey, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. So I let YouTube kids play with my sons down here in the gym. So my daughter and I have worked our way through several Disney Plus shows when she's in the gym with me. So yeah, I really like that. I like that, especially like if you're trying to get kids to see lifting or just working out in general as fun. Definitely, you want to make it a inviting environment for them. All right. Okay. Another one. Now this one goes back to something that Jake said on his live show. I don't know if it was live or was it a premiere. I don't know. He was talking about home gym businesses that have not. That are untapped markets, right? So, hang on, let me take a drink. I've been talking for an hour and a half. Those getting dry. So I'm in the seminar, and the question was, they said, what are some trends that you guys are seeing and this is again the commercial space. And they said, well, one thing we've noticed is that strength training is on the rise. More people are choosing to lift weights than to do cardio. And also, gyms are starting to phase out their spin classes. So, for those of you who don't know, I remember when spin was created. And I thought it was ridiculous because you go down. I took one, and it made me take it. My job had made me go take one, and I was like, all right, I'll do it once. Anyway, so basically you go, okay, the reason why they made me take it is because they wanted me to evaluate whether or not we needed to add that to our, like we needed to set up a dedicated spinning area at our gym. Okay. So I went there, and you go into this room. At the time, I don't know if they do it like this now, but you go in this room, and it's a dark room, and the instructor tells you to imagine stuff. They play music to kind of keep you motivated, and then they say, okay, all right, we're gonna stand up in our pedals now, because now let's pretend we're going up a mountain. All right, now we're going down the mountain. You feel that breeze. We're on the beach, cruising along. I'm like, we ain't on the beach. We're in a dang dark room with you talking to us. All right. But, so I'm sure that it's more advanced now, but I wouldn't know, and I'm not going to know because I ain't going. But they're phasing out spin classes in public gyms. Well, what about people who enjoy that? Yes, you could just go join Peloton. But my thinking was, if you have a home gym and you're a certified spin instructor, just for example, or heck, you can go get certified as a spin instructor, right? That's something you could do. You could have a YouTube. People always say, I want a YouTube channel, but I don't know what to put on there. Okay, you could go and do like what my guy John from Row Along Workouts does, except he does it with rowing. You could do it with spin, right? And you could create a channel where you're literally doing a guided spin class. So the people are at home, they're on their spin bike, and you're at your house on your spin bike, and you give the spinning class. I'll give you an example of that. My wife actually has somebody that she likes that she uses so we've got the Bells of Steel Blitz indoor spin bike, and or indoor cycling bike, whatever they call it. So she's got that, but she uses a content creator on YouTube. She uses that whenever she uses the bike, right? And let me look up the person's name. Her name is, so I guess is a free plug for her. It's Kaylee Cohen Cycling. I'll put the link to her channel in the description for this video. So basically, she has channel memberships at $2.99 a month, and so you get exclusive videos. And then she'll have like travel cycling events, so you can get together and I guess go cycling outdoors with her. But then also she does a live indoor cycling class every week, and that's free to everybody. So she's basically earning revenue through watch time. But you could do the exact same thing. And in fact, let me see. I know I can go ahead. Let me see if I can't find her. And then I can kind of just pull up her channel. Kaylee Cohen Cycling. Yeah, there we go. All right, so this is her channel. So now, lest you think that this is not profitable, I want you to understand that Kaylee Cohen Cycling has over 300,000 subscribers. Okay? Yeah. Over 300,000, so 346,000 subscribers. She's got 584 videos. She creates her About Me thing, says, I create cycle and strength training programs to challenge and transform you into an unstoppable force. So she's a certified spin instructor and some other things. But the point is, you can look at her videos. So it's like 20-minute fat burning indoor cycling workout, 20-minute fun indoor cycling workout. That one has 6.6 thousand views, 8.8 thousand views. So think about this: 8,000 people watching her video for 20 minutes at a time, right? 20-minute max burn indoor cycling. That had 12,000 views. She's got HIIT workouts, and then if you look, like I said, the live streams, she's got the live indoor cycling workout. So this one This actually is upcoming. It'll be a 45-minute indoor cycling class. Let's see. This one was supposed to be 45 minutes. It's actually an hour, but I guess that includes like warm-up introductions and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, and it's her just basically cycling and talking you through it. And I'm telling you, people like that. People who are into indoor cycling like it. So I think that is still an untapped market, because you also can make affiliate income if you you could. So let's say you are affiliate with a brand like Bells of Steel. You get their Blitz indoor cycling bike, and then you tell people, hey, you can buy whatever indoor cycling bike you want, but the one that I recommend is this one from Bells of Steel. Click the link in the description. Just like we always say, go to Bells, use our affiliate link to go to Bells of Steel, and you'll be supporting the channel. She can do the exact same she could do the exact same thing, and you could do the same thing as well. So this is definitely an option. And what made me think about it was I was sitting in the seminar and said that these public gyms are starting to phase out their spin classes. But that doesn't mean that the people who enjoy spin classes are going away. It means that they're going to look for something else. So they could go to Peloton, or they could go to you. And so I'm actually going to reach out to Andrew from GoRX and just mention it to him, because that's his wheelhouse, helping people figure out ways to turn their home gyms into a profitable business. And to me, that's just something that has popped up. I don't know what you guys think of that. I know that we don't have cardio fiends on right now. Well, maybe Michael Brantley is he's our closest thing to a cardio fiend that I know is in here right now. Carlos too. Carlos gets into miles, but he's more of an outdoor, running, walking type of dude. But nevertheless, you got that. So there you go. Now, this is gonna shock y'all. But during that seminar, I caused a little bit of trouble. Now, Naomi said that's what happens when she lets me go out unsupervised, right? But here's what happened. So remember I said that they said that strength training was becoming more popular. And they said women are becoming more into hang on a second. So Eric said, I like my Echelon bike. Yeah. Oh, and I also say this too. Certain bikes you have to pay for the membership. So I just told you that it's $2.99 a month. That's cheaper than Peloton. Okay? Excuse me. It's the cheapest membership I've seen for anything like that. And if you know what you're doing, you can build a rapport with your audience. Now, I doubt that any of you guys are going to go do it, but it is a business idea that I don't think has been tapped. So, anyway, back to what I was saying. So they were talking about how they wanted to make, like they said, like women are becoming more interested in strength training, right? And I said, well, if you know that, what are you guys doing? Remember, they're the ones who design gyms, right? I said, what are you guys doing in terms of your design choices to make the gyms, make your facilities more attractive to women to want to use them? Because part of the reason why women train at home is because they don't feel comfortable in the gym, right? These dudes said, well, you just gotta make, you gotta make sure that the cardio equipment isn't situated so that people can look at the women's behinds. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, but that's it? That's where we're stopping? And I was like, look, I said, and I can tell you this. None. So Naomi and I visit public gyms all the time. Usually it's when we're traveling, okay? And she travels quite often for work. So she'll either use the hotel gym or she'll go to a local public gym, okay? Not one of the multiple public gyms that we have visited has ever had a women's barbell. That shit, like, think about that. You know what I mean? Women's barbell. We have a bar from Crandall Fitness. See if I can. Let's see if I can pull it up. The exact one that we've got. It's a women's 15 kilogram bar. Okay, yeah, there it is. That's the exact one we have. Get rid of that. Share the screen. Getting rid of the pop-ups for y'all so you don't have to see that. All right, let me share my screen real quick. All right, so this is the bar that we have. I'm trying to remember what color. I think we have it in pink. Pink camo. All right, and the sleeves are black, I think. Yeah, all right. Anyway, whatever. They're at the house. So this is the bar that we have, okay? And it is, let me see here, go down. So it's got a 25 millimeter shaft, 1,000-pound capacity, and it's 15 kilograms, roughly 33 pounds. My wife Naomi, was not lifting weights with a bar in our home gym until we got her this bar. Now she lifts with a barbell all the time. Why? Because she's got a bar she's got normal size hands for a woman, but her hands are smaller than mine. Okay, so my bars are 29 millimeters because they're power bars, right? There's a 4 millimeter difference in diameter of the shaft between the bar that she uses and the bar that I use. And I said at this thing, I was like, I said, the thing is that most of your customers, I know you guys are saying, well, we ask our customers what they want. The reality is most of your customers, I'll say 90% of your customers, don't even know that women's bars exist. And it's this kind of thing that frustrates me about public gyms, because a lot of times they're up there on their high horse about being better than home gyms. But every single one of the home gym owners that I know, okay, maybe not every single one, most of the home gym owners I know are aware that women's bars exist. Any one of you who's watching right now, the 1,118 of you who's watching right now could have walked into that seminar that I was sitting in and broken down the difference between a women's bar and a men's bar, just like that, and you would have blown people's minds. I know that because when I said, most of your clients don't even know, most of your members don't even know that women's bars exist, that they have 27 millimeter bars that are, so they're better than your 29 millimeter power bar, your 28 millimeter, 26 normal, just everyday all-purpose bar, multi-purpose bar. I said most women don't know that. Most people don't know that. I said that, women in the audience were like, what? There's a bar with a smaller diameter, so with a smaller diameter shaft, easier for us to grab? I was like, why, yes. And they come color-coded. So you can easily tell the woman's bar from the men's bars. Because these cats are talking about, well, yeah, you don't want to set up a separate area for just women. Like, why would you do that? That's stupid. So you're going to have them in like this little area with the little pink meaningless dumbbells? They're like, yeah, so you got the dumbbells that are up to 70 pounds. It's like, yeah, it's going to be you and your 3 friends. I'll say, well, actually, I'm going to say this. Again, I can name off the top of my head 3 women who deadlift over 500 pounds. If I tried hard, I could probably name 5 to 6. Off the top of my head, actually, I know women who deadlift, personally, I know women who deadlift 600 pounds. 70-pound dumbbells ain't a challenge, homie. They're not a challenge for them. The problem is that dumbbell handles, the diameter of some dumbbell handles is so thick unnecessarily that it's not comfortable for them to hold. It's be like you lifting a thick handle dumbbell. Like, it's like how we feel like if those of us who are into grip sports, you try to lift the Thomas inch dumbbell. All right, imagine if that's the only size dumbbell you had to work with to try to do curls and everything else. That's what women deal with. So I got frustrated and I was just like, what are y'all doing? And actually, when we were eating lunch, I saw one of the panelists and I was like, hey man, I wasn't trying to cause trouble. And they're like, nah, man. And he was like, no. He said, actually, he had been disagreeing with the other panelists. And he said, because they thought they knew everything and they weren't willing to listen to data. And he said, but this is also something, he said, like what you brought up is something that doesn't necessarily come across in surveys. He said, we like feedback like that. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, seriously, how could you? And here's the other problem. Hey, Donnie, what's up, man, from Addicts Clubs and Maces? What's up, my man? Part of the problem is some of these people have been in the industry, and the guy said this. He said they've been in the industry for 30 years, right? So when they started in the industry, women's strength training wasn't as popular. For those of you who know Jen Thompson, she's a world champion, multi-time world powerlifting champion. Jen benches over 300 pounds. I think her max in competition is 322 pounds. Okay. When she was first interested in working out, people discouraged her. They said that's something girls don't do. She was the only girl in the weightlifting class at her school. So a lot of people who are in charge of setting up these gym chains, buying equipment for these gym chains, have been in the industry for longer than women's strength training has been popular. But I still think, and they're also the ones who are responsible for buying those trash bars that I wouldn't even use as a beater bar in my home gym. You know how you go to the gym, you go to a public gym or whatever, and the bars are trash, and they all got spring collars that don't fit, they slide right off the end. Okay, well, these people who are these experts, they're the ones who bought all that garbage. They're the ones who bought all that garbage. I'm like, how could you do this for a living? Every day, all day, that's your job, and you don't even care about putting barbells that are comfortable for, let's say, 40% of your members to use, and you wonder why women only go to the cardio classes, and they only use these, they don't take advantage of all the stuff that you guys have. I'm like, what? Like, seriously? Like, now what I wanted to say is, what's wrong with you? I didn't say that. I'd already caused enough trouble, but I will say that when I was saying what I was saying, the women who were in the audience were like, yeah. And I was getting ready to point out, but then somebody else said it. I said, also, you guys are talking about what women want. I noticed that there ain't a single woman on the panel. I'm not trying to be the social justice warrior, but you got 4 dudes up there talking about, so what women need is this. I'm like, you telling me that last year when y'all were putting together this panel, you couldn't find a single woman who does design for gyms? Heck, you couldn't find a single woman who's a strength athlete who you could just ask to come on the panel to give her perspective? None? Nobody available? Nobody at all? Nowhere? Not at all? None? Because I could have sent Ashley Hiramiak to you. Ashley the Amazing. She'd be happy to be on a panel like that and would give you excellent feedback. That's no bueno, man. That's bad business. Bad business. Anderson Hurt. Hey, man. It happens to the best of us. All right. I appreciate you being here. And you want to catch the replay later, go ahead, my man. I got nothing but love for the replay gang. All right. We got about 15 more minutes before Jake will come in here with his feedback from his feedback from HFA 2025. But in the meantime, we got a few more minutes. And we're going to talk about, now I'm going to talk about the booths that I've seen. So I mentioned that we went to Iron Bull. And I will say, you guys know that I've been kind of harsh with my criticism. Tim from Gym Crafter put out a video where he said he was basically breaking up with putting Iron Bull Strength in the friend zone because of how because of their basically subpar customer service. And we spent 20 minutes, me and Frank from Iron Bull Strength, answering those questions. Let me tell you guys something else. I told you guys that I've been trying to get an interview with him. Well, the gatekeepers around him have been basically stopping me from being able to get an interview with him. I literally prayed about it because I knew they were going to be here. And I walked out of the seminar where I had just finished causing trouble. And he was standing there. He and another person who was on his team, Cody. And I was like, excuse me. I said, hey, I said, you with Iron Bull Strength? He said, yeah. And because I recognized him because he had done the interview with Joe Gray. I walked straight up to him and said, hey, man. I said, look, I want you to hear my heart. And he looked at me like, okay. I guess he was like, is this dude about to propose to me? What's going on here? But I was like, look. And I explained the situation, and I said, I only want you to do an interview with me because I don't think it's fair for me to say this stuff about you and to speculate on why you guys are not, why you basically don't have a customer service phone number, why customer service is not good. I know there's got to be a reason, and even if it's not a good reason, I still want to hear what the reason is, and I want to give you a chance to explain, right? He said, oh, okay. Do you guys know? So I want you to think about the extent of our influence. So what I did was I emailed him. He said, yeah, send me all this stuff, right? So I emailed him Tim's video, the Jim Crafter video. I emailed it to Frank. He said that's the first time he had ever seen that video or even knew. He had never heard that it existed until I emailed it to him. He said that I watched the video. He then called his team and said, hey, what's going on here? Why is this guy not even getting a response? He's emailed multiple times. Nobody's answering him. Maybe he said we might not be able to give him his stuff because of whatever reason, but we could have at least answered him. He said, what's going on here? My video where I was talking, the thing where I got my, we got the rack that we have in our gym downstairs at our house. It showed up without a manual. And then I told him also, I said, yeah. And it also showed up without some of the parts, like some weight horns. And last year we were told that we were going to get some weight horns out. And yes, I told him the name of the person who promised it. I said, we were promised some weight horns. We still haven't gotten those weight horns. He said, what? I said, yeah, we still haven't gotten the weight horns. So I went and I bought it from somewhere else. So I'm glad your rack is compatible with other brands, but I shouldn't have to go to another brand to get something for your rack, right? So that's how we set up the interview. And then first thing yesterday morning, he came and he was our chaperone. He got us into the expo. We went to his booth and we shot a 20-minute video where he basically just answered those questions from me and then Tim from Jim Crafter. I messaged him. I said, hey man, I'm about to do an interview with Iron Bull Strength. You got anything you want me to ask him? He's like, yes. Sent the questions and I asked those questions. So that video is going to be coming out in in the next hour or so. Actually, let me see. Yeah, I don't know where my phone is. Baby, do you have my phone? Thank you. So, check here, see when it is scheduled to go live. All right, so it's going to go live. Oh, yeah, it's going to go live in 10 minutes. Okay, so there you go. All right, well, it's live now if you're a channel member, but it's going to go, so everybody will be able to see it. The public will be able to see it in 10 minutes. 10 minutes from now, okay? So if you're watching on replay, it's already public, so you can watch it. All right, and I'll put in the link to it is going to be in the description for this video. So let me do that right now, and I will put the link to it in the live chat right now. So here's the link in the live chat for you guys, so you guys can see. I think you guys, and I really, when you guys go watch it, I want you guys to put comments. I know you guys usually do, but I really want you to comment if there's any kind of follow-up question you have, because I'm trying to get Frank to come on the show. Okay. We've already talked about it, and he seems like a nice guy. Jared said, I hope he realizes bad customer service will sink a company who makes good products. Dude, you need to watch the video. That way you can make your own determination about, first of all, you guys got to decide if you believe his explanations or not. But I think that we owe him at least to hear him out. Okay. So yeah, there's that. And let me see here. So now I'm adding the video to the description of this one. Resources mentioned. Give me just a second. With Iron Bull, I'm adding. All right. Here, update it. Okay, so now it's in the video description as well. But yeah, so that was the first thing. He was very candid. He seemed very candid, seemed genuine. So you guys can check that out and make your own determination. So that was the first place we went. Then the second place we went was Major Fitness. And they have prototypes. So they have prototype power racks. So some of you may remember that we had the Raptor F22 in our home gym last year. And you know, I had my... It was alright. This is say like it's alright. I will say that on both of the prototypes that we saw yesterday, they had made some changes that I would consider to be upgrades. So one of the things that I thought was completely unacceptable was the fact that the weight horns, so the weight horns are in the back of the Raptor F22 and they're horizontal. So every time I rack the weight on the bench or squat, all the plates flew off the back. Look at my face. Recliner rage. Okay. On the prototypes that they had, they said basically one was a prototype Smith machine, another one's a prototype power rack / functional trainer. Power rack with a functional trainer attachment. And they said that both of those are going to have features that they're looking to make standard. They just wanted to get feedback. And that's why they had it at HFA. And I would assume that they're also going to have something similar, either those racks or something similar at Home Gym Con, because Major Fitness will be at Home Gym Con. But anyway, so the weight horns are now angled upward, which was one of my recommendations. And they said that they did that based off of feedback that they were getting from people about the rack. Nobody likes having the dang plates fly off the back of the rack when you're bent, you know. Because literally after every set, you got to get up and pick the weights up and then, you know, change the weights out for your next set or whatever you got to do. That's annoying. So that's one thing they changed. They changed their trolley to make it a little bit more robust, I guess. They also introduced a safety feature, like a cotter pin to keep you know how, like when if you don't have roller J cups and you are adjusting the bar side to side, the J cups might rock off of, you know, partially off of the upright. Well, they introduced essentially a cotter pin to stop that from happening. So it was all right. The racks were also taller than the Raptor F22. And that was another complaint I had, because I do not like having to bend my knees to do pull-ups. All right. So that video is going to be out next week as part of my home gym. I keep saying Home Gym Con. I got Home Gym Con on my mind. As part of our HFA 2025 coverage, we have an entire playlist of just HFA 2025. And you guys it'll start getting updated. Reason why all the videos aren't going to be available today is because it takes a long. All I have is my laptop. It takes longer to edit with the laptop, so I'm waiting until I get home so I can use my computer at home. It'll be a lot faster and more efficient. I can bang it out just like that. They don't require a lot of editing, but what editing they do require is enough to make me not want to do it in the hotel room, especially since our days are busy. I swear they're jam-packed. We'll go into that when Jake comes on, but our days have been jam-packed, back-to-back meeting meeting, interview. And if we're not doing interview, we're walking to the next interview, or we're coming upstairs and unloading stuff off the memory card and, adding it onto our external hard drive. So yeah, it's go the entire time. All right, so I see Jake just joined. We're gonna be pulling him in here in a second. In fact, I'll just go ahead and pull. Oh, Jake, you ready to go? You good to go? Jake, are you ready? I can't hear you. So if you're not ready, go like that. Okay. All right, he's not quite ready yet. So I'll just finish. I'll finish my thought. So Major Fitness, as I said, they made some adjustments. They made some improvements to what I consider improvements anyway. And they said that they want to be not just all in the home gym space, but they also want to kind of make some key partnerships to reach into the commercial space, which is why they're at a commercial gym event. But that's some of the value of coming to something like this, because I still got to see the equipment ahead of what they'll have at Home Gym Con. I was able to give them some feedback and on what I thought of it. And so, yeah, it was I would say that I was pleasantly surprised by it. My hopes were low for Major Fitness, but I was pleasantly surprised by what I saw from them. Okay. I would say that it elevates them past maybe low to mid tier, but it took it from what I would consider to be unacceptable to now, okay, yeah, all right, I could deal with it if it was my rack, right? You good to go now? Okay. I'm not going to be able to hear you at all till I bring you on, by the way, Jake. So you are good to go. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're backstage, so you're muted completely. All right, so we're going to go ahead and bring Jake to the stage right now. You know him, you love him, even if you hadn't heard of him. This is our first guest, my guy, Jake Jaworski. Show your love.
Good morning.
What's up, man? Don't you be coming on here with your dang deep, sleepy voice. Like, hey, how you doing? No, I'm
just rolled out of bed.
That's perfect. I did not. I have been. So I left you downstairs, went upstairs, and took a nap. I woke up at 2 a.m. our time here.
Can't believe
I'm relentless. I will also probably fall asleep as my first opportunity.
Yeah, I plan on going back to sleep after this.
Oh, dude, so when the show's over, it's only gonna be like 7 o'clock here. So I'm gonna take a nap because we don't have to be downstairs until we have an appointment at 9. But I'm gonna sleep. If I could sleep till 7:58, 8:58, I would. But yeah. And then we're gonna sleep on the plane like heroically. All right. But yeah. So what I'm doing right now is basically just Jared said, "Gentle and tall, Jake. Good morning." And Eric said, "You guys have been sleeping forever, man. Whatever. We've been grinding." Jake, tell him. Have I not? Can you vouch for me? Have I been working?
John's been working.
Thank you.
Every time I see him, he's running around.
Dude, we were high speed. Dude, first of all, everything is so spread out, and the map isn't the best. So you're like, okay, I'm at booth 1155. I need to be at booth 600 in the next 5 minutes. And you just go. So what I was talking about was I talked about my reaction to Iron Bull strength and how, not their booth, but also you may not know, but I had some serious concerns about their brand because it's like their equipment is good. I love the rack. My issue was with customer service. One, there's no customer service phone number. So if you have a problem, how do you fix it? There is a customer contact form you fill out and then they respond. But typically, it's like it said 24 to 48 hours. When we used it, it was on the weekend. We didn't hear back from them. It was a Saturday. We didn't hear back from them until Tuesday. I was like, that's not acceptable. Tim from Jim Crafter had an issue with them because he was waiting. They were supposed to send him a rack, and it kept getting pushed back. And he actually made a video where he mentioned specifically that situation. He's like, look, they're not even answering my emails. So we had concerns there. And then, and every time I would try to set up an interview with him, the gatekeepers would kind of stop me from talking to him. And then I ran into him coming out of the seminar on Wednesday. And here's what's crazy. He had not heard any of that. So when I sent him the video that Tim made, that was his first time not seeing the video, but even knowing it existed. Okay? He didn't know my videos existed. Okay? Which is how you keep yourself in a nice, humble perspective. But still, he had no idea. So his first inkling that any of this stuff was going on was when I told him. All right? And so I found that he was very candid. I don't know if you got to talk to him afterwards, but I thought he was very candid. I asked him questions that weren't necessarily easy to answer, and he didn't run from anything. So that was my impression of it. And then as far as equipment goes, I like the Cerakote dumbbells and I like this bench. Did you have any time? Did you spend any time at their booth?
Just very quickly. I mean, I did see their booth. It's pretty simple, but they're beautiful, beautiful stuff. As far as not hearing any of the feedback, I think, I do think it's important that companies listen to everything on YouTube.
Yeah.
I really think the big companies should have, maybe they're not a big company, but I think they should have someone who listens to everything and breaks it down for them, because they really can be a cheat code as to what you should be doing. Specifically these podcasts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
The Iron Bowl guys, and they seemed like good guys. They're new to the space. I think sometimes you gotta learn the hard way.
Yeah.
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 Still early on them.
Yeah. Well, the big thing for me is, so they said, because I was like, why didn't you all bring a rack? They said, well, we knew that everybody was going to have racks here. And this is a commercial space. So we're like, we didn't think there's any point in bringing it. So they brought their fixed barbells. They bought the dumbbells and the dumbbell rack and and some of their weight plates. And all that stuff, like you said, looked nice, but I was like, dude, your rack would have stood apart, because that rack is really nice. When you see it at Home Gym Con, you'll see what I mean. It's really nice, especially if they bring what they showed me that's an updated thing. They showed me on his phone.
Yeah, there's actually not as many racks. It's it's more commercial gym focused. So what you see the most of are strength machines. They take up variety, a good portion of this entire place.
A lot of plate loaded, a lot of selector rise, but yeah, it's because they're gonna set it up again with that flow. Okay, all the leg equipment is here. They're kind of trying to funnel you in and out. But yeah, I told him, I said, man, I think if you had brought your rack here, it would have stood out. But that's me looking at it from the standpoint of a home gym owner. All right, so let's move to the next one. So then I also went to Major Fitness, and I was impressed by a couple of things that they did that were improvements. So I had their Raptor F22 rack last year, and the biggest pet peeve I had about it was, so the plate storage is on the back, and the horns are horizontal. So every time you rack the weight, the plates all flew off the back. All right. Now, granted, it was bumper plates, but hey, look at this guy. You've been hiding from us. Welcome back, Matt. I thought we were about to send out a search party. Thought the deer kidnapped you over there in Nottingham. But yeah, so it was all the plates would, literally every set. Think about every time, because it's not the weight I'm using, it's the weight that's stored on the rack. So 135, I finished the set at 135, rack it. All the bumper plates fall off the back. I was like, dude, this is tiresome. So what they actually brought is interesting because what they brought are prototypes. They brought something, a Centurion, that's a functional trainer. And then they brought something, I forgot what the other one was called. So one has a Smith machine, the other one doesn't. And on both of them, the weight horns are angled up. And they said that's actually, to your point that you just made earlier, they said that's based off of feedback that they got from people who reviewed the racks. And I was like, yeah, but what gets me is like, so you're telling me nobody at the factory, or you didn't like do any beta testing with this, and nobody noticed that the plates were flying off every time you racked the weight? I was like, that's insane, right? But it's like, yeah, that's something that people talked about. They also introduced, this was kind of different, it was a cotter pin. So you know, like when you're adjusting the bar on your J hooks, sometimes the J hooks will go like that, they'll swing out. They put a cotter pin to stop the J hooks from swinging out. And they also, yeah, I was like, because I was like, what's this pin about? And he said, well, and he told me, I was, oh, okay, that's interesting. So that video is gonna drop next week. The interview with Iron Bro Strength is gonna drop in, well, it just went live, so everybody can see it. But because I wanted to make sure that it got out early enough for people to be able to see it and check it out. But yeah, what did you notice? Did you go by Major Fitness?
Yeah, I stopped by Major Fitness. The prototypes were good. I thought I think it was the F22. They're one of their main products now. That looked solid. Like,
yeah.
Major Fitness is definitely trying to transition from being just an Amazon brand. They actually want to be a brand.
They want to be taken seriously. Yeah.
Yeah, they want to be taken seriously. Their booth was pretty nice. They have a really pretty big space.
Yeah.
And their prototype one with the like tornado type arms, or like that looked pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
They had it was interesting because they said that they were one of maybe 5 different brands that told me that stuff didn't get shipped to them on time. And so they're actually hoping that their stuff would have arrived yesterday. They said if it arrived, they were going to put it together. And so we're actually supposed to go back by there after we talk to Rep to see if the stuff is there, because we can get B-roll of their entire booth now with everything there. But I thought that was interesting. Now QLI, I introduced you to the guys from QLI. Yeah. And the major thing to me, so that's a brand that's actually from Vietnam, but they have a California warehouse. And they told me, they're like, yeah, the home gym space is something that they wanted to get into. I don't know if they want to get into home gym space in the States, or if they're saying that it's growing overseas or what. But they say, oh, sounds like a good market. We've been wanting to get into it, but we don't really know where to start. Quite frankly, the only 2 pieces that I saw that were like really home gym, I don't want to say home gym worthy, but that would be of interest, were that folding functional trainer I showed you. Mm-hmm. Because I've never seen anything like that. It folds closed, kind of like the Bells of Steel folding rack does, but it's a functional trainer. I thought that was pretty cool, and that comes with the bench that was sitting in front of it. So I thought that was pretty cool. That's included, and then they had a hip thrust bench that I thought was kind of interesting. I thought it was too bulky, but Naomi was like, "Oh, yeah, check it out. Let me see it." Whatever. So she went there. So I was like, "Okay, well, I'll just be quiet because I know what it takes to be happy, have a happy home. You just be quiet, let her look at what she wants." Did you get a chance to look at this stuff, or did you guys just talk?
No, I didn't really go in there.
Okay.
Just what you showed me, which was really cool, though.
All right. What booth would you say stood out to you the most?
I really liked the Watson booth. I thought they had they have some cool stuff. Their machines are they're very simple, but they work really nicely. Super smooth. I like the look of them too. I
Yeah.
stayed away from most of the main commercial gym ones like Techno Gym and Voice and Matrix. Didn't really spend too much time there. They're just full on commercial equipment.
Right.
All kind of
Now, Techno Gym got my attention because when I watched your interview with Phil Patti from a couple of years ago, he mentioned that he provided stuff for Techno Gym. So I kind of like glanced at him a little bit. But that was the only reason why they even hit my radar, because I remember him saying that. And I was watching your video as part of my prep to get ready to interview him. And I remember him saying that. Look at this guy. You got some Deep Voice One. Good morning. Jake is giving you competition today. Okay, he's been yelling down in the bathroom, getting his DMX, smoking unfiltered Camels, everything. He's trying to get nice. See, look at that. See that? Oh boy.
It's 5 a.m. here. It's early.
No, hey, for real, legitimately. So everybody who's like on the West Coast that normally watches the show, like Jay, when they watch the show when it comes on, I feel their pain now, because I'm up now at the time that they would be watching the show. Dude, I appreciate you guys with all my heart, because I would not be doing this if I could avoid it. So Matt says, I just added a stone crash pad to my home gym setup from Cerba Strength. It's very useful for me. So yeah, I saw actually a few setups with crash pads. And it looked kind of, so I saw the body solid ones. But what I was going to ask you, because you were talking about Watson, is my impression was that you were going to check out basically not only these places, but at least all the brands that are going to go to Home Gym Con who you hadn't seen there before. So like Major Fitness, Iron Bull Strength. Of course, Iron Bull didn't really have a lot of stuff here. Who else is going to be at Home Gym Con that's here that you were able to check out? Well, Rep Fitness.
Rep. There's only a few. Bolt Fitness. Did you see Bolt Fitness is here?
I did not. I didn't know they were here. No, I didn't see them.
They're in the back corner.
Okay. This place is huge.
Has a booth.
I did stop in and see them. We're gonna go to them today to do a thing.
Yeah. And then there were just a handful that I actually wanted to pitch Home Gym Con to. So
Okay.
that's the main goal for me to be here. Also, it's just cool. It's just cool to like, come to something like this and see what's going on in the industry.
Right.
And just see how people release new products and stuff like that.
What did you think of the overall layout?
I like the layout. It's massive though. It's just really big. I haven't had any issues with the layout. Have you?
So yeah, because like to me, it's kind of like they just threw stuff in there. So it wasn't like, okay, all the cardio. So let's say I don't know where I'm going. All the cardio stuff isn't over there. All the strength training stuff isn't over here. All the people trying to give you loans to finance your business aren't over here. You know what I mean? So like Iron Bull Strength is right next to TRX, which is fine, but it's not exactly the same thing. And right behind them is Cold Plunge, and over here is what's that? The thing with the. So I don't know if you saw this woman who's lying down. The power plate, the vibrating thing you stand on. Yeah, did you see that woman lying down on it? She's lying down on it in some sort of yoga pose with her back on it. And I was like, I was like, you know what? I don't want to know what's going on over there, but that looks like a meme getting ready to happen. She's like, I can see her vibrating. She's just laying there. I said, hey, dude, look, I don't, whatever you got to do to get by, man.
Popular.
It seems like they are. I'm curious to see how popular they are in gyms. Did you see and then there's the massage chair section.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really. So my beef with the massage chair in a public gym is like you put yourself into it. So like if you had it at home, you'd have to like wipe it out every time. Like I would do that even though I'm the only one using it. I'm not too keen on putting my bare feet in somewhere somebody else's bare toes have been. I'm not.
No.
I don't want to be that close to other people. I'm just not. No. Let's see here. Oh, okay. So we got a question. Eric says, speaking of TRX, did they give you a no for Home Gym Con?
I have not heard. I actually went and handed a business card to the founder or the CEO, so we'll see.
Okay.
It seems like they're more focused on commercial gym settings and
which makes no sense to me.
Which does not make sense, but I mean,
when you think about how they started,
right? But yeah, they had a big booth. They had a huge staff. I didn't know it was that big of a company.
Did you hear them cheer? They're like, all right, like they did like a group cheer, like like before you like the breakdowns before you play a football game. They were like getting ready, like, oh, it's TRX, let's get ready, everybody get I'm just like, oh yeah, don't worry, I'm just doing the interview.
But I will say, so you were talking about how you had a meeting with Iron Bull at 9:00 or whatever.
Yeah. Dude.
For whatever reason, they let us in early, and I just so happened to be with you at that time, so I got to come in like an hour and 15 minutes before everything started and just browse. So I had like a couple of extra conversations before it even started, so that helped a ton. And it was cool to walk the floor before it got busy too. And just to see companies like putting the last effort into their booth, that was probably the best so far for me.
I mean, I think so for you as the director organizer of Home Gym Con, I can see because you can see what these. I mean, you obviously have already seen what it takes for brands to put together their booths and stuff, but it kind of gives you another perspective. Like say, okay, these. It's just a universal thing, so you can figure out what to do to tweak to help them out or whatever. I would, and I was complaining earlier. It's actually my Recliner Rage segment because they at first wouldn't let us in.
Right.
So I'm like, we got a media pass, and I can prove to you. I showed them. I said I've got an appointment with Iron Bull Strength, and I don't know where their booth is. So that's why we were rushing to get that. I said, okay, I don't know where their booth is because they wouldn't let us in the day before at all. So I was like, okay, so I'm basically going to come in here and wander around till I find it. I didn't have anybody's phone number. And so I was reaching out. Believe it or not, the way I actually reached them was through the app, through Instagram. I shot a DM on Instagram, and the person who runs their social media on Instagram messaged Frank and let him know that I was outside. And so they came up, and then he was like, "Oh yeah, these guys are with." He said, "These two are with me," and I was like, "Oh no, don't forget Jake. Come on, let's go. Come on in, let's go." Right? But I was complaining because at the Arnold, so the Arnold doors. You just went to the Arnold. I want to talk about your Arnold experience too. The Arnold doors open at 9. If you're on a media pass with the Arnold, you can get in there as early as 6:30, maybe 7. And you can do your interviews then. So now you're not interfering with what they're actually there to do. These exhibitors are there to make sales. Well, I can't have you in the middle of an interview with me, somebody just walks up and asks you what the price is of something, which was happening. People just walk up, people just walk between you and the camera, because they're not, no, all right, no problem. They're not paying attention, right? But if you do all that ahead of time before the event opens, you don't have to worry about that. And in fact, some of the exhibitors we went to were like, hey, can we do this tomorrow when the crowds die down? Because again, they're not there to, the media coverage is nice. It's actually, I think the media coverage actually benefits HFA itself more. And the media coverage is nice for the exhibitors, but they're there to make deals and to make sales. And if they're spending 10 minutes with me, that's 10 minutes they're not making sales. So I am 100% in favor of saying if you're going to let media in, let us have time before the general population comes in. That sounds like prison. Before the public comes in, so we can do interviews and not feel like we're getting in people's way. Because that actually, someone said it about Home Gym Con. It's like, I don't remember which booth it was, but they wanted to ask somebody about something, and they were like, they said some influencer walked up and the person ignored them and immediately started talking to the influencer. I don't remember who it was or whatever the situation was. It got resolved. But my point is, you can avoid all of that by just letting the exhibitors know, hey, media's coming, and if you want to set up a time to meet with them before or after, you're free to. Like at Home Gym Con, the doors aren't locked. So at night, if we wanted, so like Tim last year, after everybody walked out, everybody was done, they were at the dinner, he went over there and he got most of his footage at night when everybody else was gone. And I'm like, that to me, that's something that'd be so easy for this trade show to do. They claim it's because of insurance purposes.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, you're telling me that you think it's safer for me to be trying to do all this stuff, paying attention to filming while I walk, with all these people around who are not paying attention to where they're going, than it is if I go in with, let's say you say I have to have a chaperone. I have to have the exhibitor with me. Fine. You don't think that's safer and less of a distraction? But that's just my take on it.
I mean, it's silly. It's not like you're going to go in and start throwing equipment around.
I'm not even picking up anything because, first of all, I want you to explain it to me. So in most cases, in only one case did I pick up a dumbbell myself, and that's because they asked me to. Like, what do you think of the feel? How does it feel to hold it and use it? In every other case, they demonstrated it to me. All right, guys. Yeah. Let's see here. So we got let's see. Okay. T-Dog 19 said he's checking in. Are you obviously a disciple of Jonathan? He says he's got VIP tickets to Home Gym Con ready to go. All right. Matt said TRX things are too good for us. What losers? Deep Voice said unofficial side project for Phil, the Chompy Bar. Excuse me, the Chompy Bar in 20. So I guess you mean the Chewy Bar in 20 or 25 TPI mountain knurl on a stainless steel 32 or 35 millimeter barbell. 35 millimeter. Say it'd be the ultimate bench bar. That's pretty thick, buddy. That's the thick life. Okay. 35 millimeter barbell. That's crazy.
Crazy.
Don said the interview during the show attracted people to our booth. We would opt for an interview during event hours so it eases up your cameras. I mean, I can make it work during event hours, but the thing is, like I said, it's basically so. Okay, I'll tell you an experience from the Arnold. It was Optimum Nutrition wanted us. They made an arranged for us to come by their booth, and they wanted to show us their new line of supplement bars. Okay, great. We go over there, and the Arnold was already open. They said they want us to come over at like 9:30 or something like that. All right, fine. We go over there at 9:30. There's a line of people already waiting to buy bars. But we walk up, we've got an appointment. So they stopped and pulled one of the salespeople from selling product to give us a demo of all of their stuff. So everybody who was in that line then basically either had to wait or just get in another line. That's what I'm talking about avoiding. You know what I mean? So that's the thing for me. And it may not be as big a deal at Home Gym Con, but go ahead.
I think you bring up some good points. Like the content at here, there's not much that comes out of it because there's nothing really catered to it. And
right.
Then also you do have to fight the like what's the if I'm running a booth, is it okay for me to do this interview? I would agree with Donnie. You just have to, or whoever's running that account right now, that you just have to go into it understanding that that's part of it. Like there's going to be an interview you only get this group together one time a year.
Yeah.
And it really is the best time to get those live interviews and just like give an opportunity for like people like you to use your platform to spread the word of what these people are bringing to these events.
Right.
So
I mean, like the Vietnamese company, who's ever going to hear about that?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes it worth it for the companies that are there too. It gives them even more value to do events like this.
100%.
So yeah,
so
I don't have a great answer for it. That like as long as we do it with respect, I think it's okay.
Right.
You know?
Now, Jared says that Home Gym Con should be locked up tight this time after hours. I guess because apparently Louisville is just like Compton. You want to make sure it's the stuff is safe. So what do you say to that?
Right people this year, Jared.
There you go. All right, this is a good question for 50 Cal Fitness. Shout out, man. I appreciate you guys. Every time you guys are here, I really appreciate it. You could be doing anything else. I appreciate you guys getting up early and checking this out. So he says, I'm curious to know your biggest takeaway from going to all these venues. What do you like and would like to incorporate for Home Gym Con, if anything? And also, he wants you to talk about things that you don't like at all. So I'm interested to hear that too.
You know, I do notice probably things that a lot of people don't when they come to these conventions. You know, this really is a very well organized and scaled event that you know, I would love to be able to get to in the future. It really is like a goals event. I'm talking just like logistics and that type of stuff.
Oh yeah.
But I think as long as you can keep the same home gym con vibe we've had the last 2 years and scale it, it would be like, I think that's going to this gives me like ideas on how to do that, and just like you kind of can pick up things on how you need to get there. You also learn like what it should not be, and you know, I also want it to be a differentiator too. Like I don't want it just to be Ursa 2.0.
Right.
So I think, you know, I listen to the complaints of people that have booths here. What
were some complaints they had?
It's just so expensive. There's so many expensive. It's so expensive, and there's like a lot of like extra charges for this, for that.
Okay.
Like that's the biggest one. I think in general, everybody who goes to this and has given me feedback, they're like, it's still great. Like you still have a lot of like really good conversations, and they enjoy it. There's also just little things like I see how they block off the corners that aren't being used, and like simple things like that I've noticed, like, oh, that's a good idea, because there's a lot of like boxes and corners and stuff like that. I have a lot of respect for what this they've built here, and knowing that they've built a platform that has given like certain companies are willing to come in and spend like $1 million because it ultimately has a positive effect on their business. So that's one thing that I just see. Like I try and learn like what are the biggest, why do people come to these events, and figure out a way to implement into Home Gym Con, while also, you know, being Home Gym Con and not Ursa.
Right. One thing that a vendor, I know you hate that word, an exhibitor said to me was that the map. So they said, you know, we have like the online map that's on the app, which isn't the greatest either. But they said they didn't give them a floor map like ahead of time, so they could figure out where they need to put, like, so they kind of plan out their booth. Because so it was an Iron Bowl, right? It said they weren't aware that they're going to be next to TRX, and that's what I'm talking about. Is like they didn't put stuff that makes sense next to each other. You basically just buy it looks like basically you pay for a certain size booth, and they just put you where one's available. Kind of like valet parking. Okay, well, just put your car wherever there's an open space. You know what I mean? And I think that, and they said, that was kind of frustrating. And, I had exhibitors say they kind of like expect you to kind of just figure it out. Because, but if it's your first time, that's going to be tough. Whereas I've heard the opposite for Home Gym Con. I've heard vendors say that they like knowing like the map that you give them, like, hey, this is your map, this is where you're going to be or whatever. So the layout is easier for them to set up, up to this point. And so I think that's a positive. I would also say one thing I did like is the seminars, right? And I think one thing that we don't think about is how many people are coaches who use their home gym as a base of operation. So they either have people come into their home gym to train, or they may do distance, online content from their home. Well, if they're certified, they still need to get continuing education units, and they can get them by going to seminars, and I think that that's something that Home Gym Con could have as well, that wouldn't take away from the rest of everything that's going on. Now your market for that would be a little smaller. You'd have to market to coaches to let them know, hey, you can come get CEUs. But I do like that this was something that was provided at this venue. And also I'd say that I like how, once you got out of the trade show itself, you didn't have to go far to find food. Like the food court was right there. So that was another cool plus. But yeah, I like that. Let's see here. And Don said they bring more people than their booth can actually hold. I believe that. I saw how many people you brought. So
I'd be curious, what seminars did you go to, and why did you like them?
All right, so the first one I went to was let me see. It's got like the world's longest name, so I got to like actually look at the name of the seminar before I tell you. It's called Design Insights, Incorporating Data into Equipment Planning and Layouts. And so for one thing, I took it's just interior design is interesting to me ever since I took it as an elective in college. I didn't know I was going to like it. It was just better than the alternative. So it was, everybody laughs when I tell them, but it was me, a bunch of football players who needed an elective, and then actual interior design students, right? And we all ended up enjoying the class. We're like, oh, this is cool. We're like getting excited about designing like our man caves and all that, right? But I took that over into like now it expresses itself mostly in like how I set up our home gym. And then because my first job out of college was at a public gym, and we're always moving equipment around as new stuff came in, or we wanted to tweak the traffic flow, we would move stuff around, looking at footprints and stuff. So that's interesting to me because I like to contrast that with how home gym owners set up their home gym. A lot of times we just throw stuff everywhere, right? And I think that it makes for a less efficient and a less effective workout because, again, you're not putting stuff that makes sense next to each other, especially when there's more than one of you using the home gym, and it needs to be organized in a way that makes sense. What I liked about it is, so like the thing I was telling you about the spin classes being phased out, that came out of that because they're looking at design trends. They're looking at trends, and that is informing how they design. They're like, well, this is less popular now, so now we want to make that, we want to allocate less space to that thing and more to this. They said, and there were some things I did kind of like raise my hand and say, because they were talking about women and strength training. They said, yeah, strength training is becoming more popular with women, but there's not as many women using the weight room. And I was like, well, what are you guys doing? You're the ones designing the area. What are you doing to make it more inviting to them? And for one thing, it's 4 dudes talking about what women like. And I was like, there are no women on the panel. You telling me that in the year you've been planning this, you couldn't find a single woman? Because I think Ashley Hromiak would have been perfect for that panel, right? But anyway, so then it also was cool because classes like, or seminars like that, reinforced to me how much more educated home gym owners are about equipment than the average, just even somebody who runs the gym. Because so that's basically the audience that was in that room, because they had people raise their hands, how many people are in here because you're going to be upgrading your facility with new equipment within the next year, and how many of you are here because you're going to use the trade show to figure out what's out there on the market. And most of the people raise their hand. Okay, so these are people in charge of buying for facilities.
Yeah.
And I kid you not, Jake, when I said, they're like, well, we don't want to segregate women into their own area. And I was like, you don't necessarily have to do that. I said, but there's nothing that says that you can't have, for example, women's barbells. And I said, I realize that you guys are listening to data and what your members are telling you, but most of your members don't even know that women's bars exist. 25 millimeter bars exist, 27, 26 millimeter bars exist that would be more comfortable for them to use, and they come in different colors, so you could get a bunch of color coded, say they're all purple, so you can easily identify a woman's bar on the rack compared to a man's bar. I'm telling you, the women in the audience turned their heads and looked at me like, what is this women's bar you're speaking of? They had no idea. And I'm like, because when you go to a public gym, what do you normally see? The same old raggedy chrome bar. Yeah, because it just never occurs to them. Oh, that because most of these people have been buying for gyms for 30 years when women weren't going into gyms.
Yeah.
And lifting as much. You know what I'm saying? And I was saying to the people watching, I was like, I bet you most of you guys could go in, you're guys, and you could go in and talk about women's bars and blow these people's minds and talk about different kinds of bars and what their uses are for and all that. So that was one. Then there was another one that was talking about paid media. We actually didn't get to, we got the notes from that because we were fighting with something with our editing software, but that's another one that I'm checking out later on because I can do the recording of it. And that's interesting to me because this is a little side note. We set up these interviews ahead of time because people knew we were coming, and they all were asking me how much it would cost. And I was like, it doesn't cost. I was like, it doesn't cost anything. Now, the American Barbell event we went to, technically, I guess we could have charged for that one. But I was like, I'm not going to charge you to do it. I was like, heck, you're helping me out for the content. I'm not going to charge you anything. I look at it as like, I'm just reporting the news, right? But they look at it like, this is something that I should be charging for covering their booth. And I was like, oh, wow. So now I'm thinking like, is this a thing? Yeah, I was like, oh, well, I was caught off guard. I said, what do you mean charge? And then like after like the 4th or 5th person asked me, I was like, now, I mean, we might need to look into this. But I still don't feel comfortable charging for it. But
yeah,
you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I'm like, what am I don't even, yeah. But well, I mean, I've even had people ask me like what it costs to just come on this show. And I'm like, nothing.
Yeah, I get the same questions. Yeah.
So I'm like, so do you know anything about this paid media thing? Like, is it like I don't know. Like, what is it that they think we're charging them for?
I don't know, but I do see a lot of value in like, content creators coming to events like these, and, if they're going to do a exclusive at your booth, like paying for their time, because there's like, they're only going to be there 20 hours. Every hour is precious. So you're taking away from something else they could be doing. So
yeah, but they're asking me if I'm charging them for doing a video at their booth.
Yeah. And
I'm like, really? I was like, I don't know. I mean, if you force me to take money from you, I will, but I'll surrender. But no, I didn't. That was interesting to me. Don said the hands-on demo with the gear and an instructor helps customers to make decisions in choosing one of our clubs or maces. We sell very little at the event, but he said they got 4 weeks of higher order volume after. Home Gym Con, so it was worth it. And I think that also because Don has been to, correct me if I'm wrong, Don, but I think you've been to FIBO. I know you've been to Ursa and several other trade shows. I know you've been to the Arnold as well. And I remember him saying that Home Gym Con was the best one from an exhibitor perspective.
That's consistent feedback that I've gotten. That you don't necessarily sell a ton at the show, but the month or two after usually increase sales volume. And it's hard to say specifically it's from Home Gym Con, but the timing. And it's not. I mean, I think a lot of it is again like the content created at Home Gym Con around certain products. I think that helps too. So it's not just whoever's at the show that helps.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, because then you'll see like, so somebody buys something at the show, comes home, and then they show everybody, hey, look what I got. Or even we just talk about it when we're there. So again, I realize that it is advertising for them. It is part of marketing, but I think that it's a symbiotic relationship because we need the content anyway. I'd also say, my mind. Oh, and Naomi went to one that was about basically collaborating, basically how to build collaboration with staff. So obviously gyms have staff, and it was like how to build consensus and collaboration among people, and even people who are in different, business to business. So like people who might become instead of it being conflict, you figure out a way to turn that conflict into a partnership, one business to another. So she went to that, and she said she enjoyed it. But what I was gonna say is, it blew my mind that they said that the vendors here, unlike at Home Gym Con, the vendors here just pack up all their stuff and take it back with them. They don't sell it. Like, they don't even sell it at a discount. I was like,
some of them try, but it's not as easy.
Okay. I know Scott from Body Solid says that they just sell it to a dealer. They'll just find one of their local dealers and say, here you go. Because it's technically not even used. It's unboxed, but it's not used. You can still sell it as new.
For sure.
Yeah, so all right. Now before I let you go, man, we got about 20 minutes left before you go back to sleep. I want to hear the story about how you got here. So Naomi and I were trying to figure out if you were flying or driving. You're like, I land at 4. I'm like, okay, land. That sounds like a plane. But then given how tired you were when you got here, I said, you know what? He might have showed up and been too tired to, message us or whatever, because we didn't hear from you. So Jake says, I land at 4. I'll get in touch with you. Radio silence until he appeared. He could have teleported, for all I know, over my right shoulder as I was walking. I turned around, and 1 minute he wasn't there. I looked away, looked back, and there's Jake right there. And I'm like, okay. So how did you get here?
Oh, I flew.
Okay. Well, you said it was 3 hours. I was like, okay. I was like, it can't be 3 hours from Phoenix. From Indianapolis.
No, it was 4.5. It was a longer flight.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, and then randomly saw you the next morning. I just saw you, which is the great thing about going to stuff like this, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But I didn't have it was a kind of a last minute decision to come. I really just wanted to come say hi to the Home Gym Con vendors, people I knew, and then, like I said, make some pitches to people that I've maybe been emailing and trying to get in touch with. So yeah. And I did talk to everybody who I saw you talk to. Even who I didn't, I was like, hey, are you familiar with Home Gym Con? You should come check it out. I think cold plunge would actually do very well at Home Gym Con. You got a bunch of people who like to get in ice cold water for no reason. But I think they would do very well there. I think the sauna people would do very well there too. There are people who put a sauna in their home gym, or in their house. But so obviously some of the ones that wouldn't make sense, I didn't bring it up.
And then, like, I wouldn't have introduced you to QLI if they hadn't specifically mentioned being interested in the home gym market. And to be honest with you, I think that they would be better served by attending Home Gym Con and seeing what's there and what kind of market it is. Because, as I said, most of their equipment is not home gym ready right now. It's not. First of all, it's all single pieces. It's bulky. I'm like, I don't think you guys are ready for this, except for that functional trainer. But you can't build a booth off of one product. But yeah, we were talking it up, and so we talked to Power Tech, and they said they're coming, but they're just gonna attend because they want to see what it's all about, and that's what Peter did with Fringe Sport that first year.
They had a scout last year too.
Okay.
But yeah, just didn't decide to come this year.
Okay. So you think they're just kind of like waiting to see what it does or what it becomes?
They probably want more people. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. And then I did talk to Lockjaw collars. I really do love their collar. Actually, so this is a side note, but I've got some of their collars at home, and I love them, and Naomi hates them because they're difficult for her to open, but she has nails. She has fingernails, right? I mean, her nails aren't super long, but they're longer than mine, and so it's tough for her to open them, right? And so Lockjaw came out, and it's in the video that you guys will see next week. Lockjaw came out with what they call this. I think they said it's a comfort model or something like that. It's just easier to use. It still has a very good tension, but it's just easier for women, especially, to open and close. And so that was really cool. And I was checking out their Axle collars as well. I like their Axle collars better than the Axle collars I have at home now. So those are really cool. Let's before I let you go, man, there's something else I wanted to know. I think we kind of covered all the stuff I wanted to know from you. What is this thing here? Did we talk about lessons learned? I think a little bit. But that is that is definitely what I want to know. Like, what would you say are like your biggest takeaways? Oh, that's what we haven't talked about. We saw stuff that you liked, but it was also like, well, what did you see and say, yeah, we're definitely not doing that, because that just wouldn't make any sense.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with your seminars take.
Okay.
I feel like it's just a different. I think maybe one day, maybe.
Oh yeah.
I just don't think people. I think people come there to test the equipment,
right?
And not much else. I think with the seminars, I just kind of feel like you can just watch that stuff on YouTube whenever.
But would you get CEUs for doing it? And I don't know. I really don't know, because when I was certified, you had to actually go. You couldn't like just watch a video. You actually had to go to the conferences. So
yeah,
you'd go and sit through like some of the dullest content just because you wanted to get credit, so you could keep your certification active. Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about. People like who have, and I'll say this too. I had because I was working for a gym. I had but they would pay for me to go to these things, right? So I could go. They flew me to Dallas, right, for one seminar. And they flew me to where did I meet Charles Poliquin? Is that a Perform Better? I think it was in Tennessee somewhere. All right, so they flew me there, right? But if you're just like so Kelly Rongo, she's a home-based personal trainer or coach, works a lot with military personnel and stuff. All right, she's certified. If she wants to get continuing education credits, she can't fly to one seminar somewhere. You know what I mean? Maybe she can. I don't know. Maybe life's good. But you know what I'm saying? It's like if you could go and say, all right, I need to get this many continuing education credits. I train out of my home, and there are 4 seminars at this one place. I can go there, bam, 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 done. And also meet up with other people. This is something I thought would be maybe something I could just I throw at Andrew from GoRX. Because that sounds like it's something that'd be in their wheelhouse. Like they could try to facilitate something like that.
yeah, I think that I would like to do more things like that for like specific groups,
Yeah.
not necessarily make it like an entire conference thing.
Okay.
That makes sense. So it brings in different, you could get a personal training group, you could get GoRX group. They all have their own little like seminars. Maybe
Right.
they do it the day before, or
Oh yeah. So it wouldn't interfere. Yeah.
so it doesn't interfere. So
Right.
yeah, that stuff would be cool.
Yeah.
And then other things I've learned, I think, just it's more about like finding your like what makes you different, and what like focusing on those things, and like I said, not trying to become something like Ursa 2.0.
Gotcha.
So and Ursa probably doesn't even care about the content created, like I've already mentioned, because the big goal is like the biggest thing that this does well is like what you were saying earlier. It's somebody who's trying to figure out their entire year of budget for their gym, or 50 gyms, and they're going to try and figure out where they're going to buy from. So that it's just a different animal than Home Gym Con.
Right.
So I think that's part of it. I would love to just talk with some people who do this and Home Gym Con, figure out why what you appreciate about Home Gym Con, and try and like go about it that way. I don't know. I think this is a pretty well run event. What do you think?
I think for the most part it is very well run. It seems to be very organized in the sense that it's like okay, you already, so like they've got the schedule. All right, I know what's happening on this day. I love the fact that they have an app. The app isn't perfect, but I love the fact that they have an app. You can just use the app. We were using it actually all day yesterday. It wasn't doing all of the stuff we wanted it to do, but some of that was because people weren't actually downloading it. The exhibitors weren't downloading it. But you can use it to message somebody who's got a booth and see if they've got a time available for you to come by. So they can pick a time that works for them. And then it also will collect. So you have the thing, My Event. And so all of your interviews that you've set up will be listed in the My Event. So you can just look at it, and it basically is like your personal calendar. Hey, you're supposed to be here, then you're supposed to be here, then you're supposed to be here. That was really cool. And then it showed like a complete schedule. It had a floor map. All that's on an app. So I liked that you didn't have to go to find a physical map on the wall. Another thing that I really liked, I thought this was very good. So apparently each exhibitor has they've got like a little 8.5 by 11 card, and it's got QR codes on it.
Yeah.
And you walk up and you just take a picture of the QR code, and you exchange your contact information. So now you guys are connected. Even if you're not able to talk during the event, you now have each other's contact information for later on in the year, so you guys can reach out, come up with business, whatever, something that makes sense for both of you. That actually was one of the, it's such a low, I'm about to say low tech, and it's a QR code, but you know what I mean? It's basically a piece of paper. Here, take a picture of that. Now we're connected. We got each other's contact information. And I thought that was a really easy way, because even somebody who's not technologically savvy can use their phone to take a picture of a QR code. And so I thought that was a really good user-friendly way. I like the fact that they have the so every morning they have a connection, what do they call that thing? So they have a group workout like we do at Home Gym Con, but they have a thing. It's at skip that. Golly, what is this thing called? It's called the connection something. Yeah, it's coordinating connections. So if this is your first time, so it's like basically everybody who's here for the first time, you come and maybe you don't know anybody, and you can make connections at this thing. So it's similar to what we have at like the VIP dinners, like before the dinner starts, you kind of just hang out and talk to people.
Yeah.
And I guess like on an informal basis, people hung out in the casino at French Lick.
Yeah.
But they have it like, so every morning there's, after the workout, you get together and just for like an hour, you can kind of just basically mingle with people. So that was interesting. I don't know if that's something that would have crossover value for Home Gym Con. But it was something that I liked in terms of it being organized. I liked that. So yeah, and that was that. So,
Anything else?
so
While it's fresh.
well, I mean, this one is more of it's the troll in me, because all these people talk about how if Home Gym Con were closer, they would go, and they tend to all be on the West Coast, and I'm like, I don't see any of you here at this. It's going to be in San Diego next year, which actually, and we're going to go to it. Be cool, any excuse to see the grandkids. Nice. But oh yeah, that'll be awesome. So we'll probably fly out early, hang out with my son and my daughter-in-law, and see our grandkids, and then attend this because, basically, you're actually encouraged to get your stuff Tuesday so you avoid like the long lines. But the lines weren't really that long. But anyway, my point is it'll be in San Diego, so that's even more West Coast. It's actually in California. Like, who's gonna attend that? And I would argue probably nobody that's complaining about the distance Home Gym Con.
I honestly don't think like the average home gym owner would enjoy this.
Okay.
It is cool. And there's a lot of cool stuff, but it's just,
I don't think they would want to be here all day, but I can see them wanting to come in and just check it out. Oh, okay, this is kind of cool. This is nice. Because like, again, let's go back to cold plunge or the infrared saunas and things like that. Stuff that you wouldn't see at like Dick's Sporting Goods or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I think they would like it for that stuff. And then, once you got that done. And then, of course, Phil Heath, former Mr. Olympia, is here. There's a few other people who are like names in terms of bodybuilding and fitness or whatever. So if you get, it's easier to meet them here than it would be at the Arnold. So I think if I weren't doing this, it would be interesting to me for, let's say, a half a day, maybe one day, and that's it. Especially if I didn't feel like I needed to go. Oh, I gotta go to here, and then I gotta go. I'm able to just walk in. This is kind of cool. Let's check this out or whatever. And we're done. All right, now let's go enjoy Vegas. Or if it's in San Diego, let's go to the zoo or whatever. I can see people doing that. Whereas Home Gym Con, I think, is something that you go to and you want to be there the entire time.
I agree. Yeah.
We got one more question. So I've already answered that. Jake is not. So Jared wants to know: are we planning to attend again? So yeah, Naomi, as I just said, Naomi and I are planning on going next year. What about you? Are you planning on coming back?
Yeah, definitely. I think like if you work in this industry, there's value in just coming to as many of these events as you possibly can. There's
right.
One idea can pay for a trip. One good connection can pay for a trip.
Yeah.
There's a reason these events are so popular, is because it's hard. It's way easier to make a connection with somebody in person than just online. And then also, from my experience, it's been easier to connect with people online after you meet them in person. So it's like it's for whatever reason, you just trust people more after you've met them in person.
Yeah.
So I'll go to as many of these as I can. I would love to go to FIBO as well.
Heck yeah. Just the trip to Germany. I haven't been to Germany in years. That'd be awesome. And Naomi hasn't ever been. So it'd be cool to go to that. Last one. 50 Cal Fitness. Hey, I had to miss a little bit, so if you already addressed this, don't worry about it. But excuse me. He says, but I am curious to know if there's any companies that request to not be by each other for Home Gym Con. So let me. You may not want to answer this. If you don't want to, excuse me, that's fine, because I know it's kind of like throwing a grenade in a room. But you remember when Rogue was suing everybody, and then they went to Home Gym Con? Were there any companies that were like, "Hey, we don't want to be around Rogue because we don't want them like eyeballing our stuff and getting ideas or whatever, or for whatever reason"?
No, nobody has said anything to me, and you can. So one thing about Home Gym Con is you can choose your spot as long as it's available. I'm happy to always move it as well.
Okay.
But I have not really gotten that sense at all, other than like what you mentioned, of people not like getting along. Like most people get along once you're there, and
Okay.
I think a lot. I do think like there's a lot of competitors out there, but I think there's a lot of mutual respect as well, and there's there's when you start talking to people in the industry, you kind of see who's the type of people are most likely people that you'd want to hang out with. Like who's going to start an equipment company? Someone that like other like-minded folks that like in a different world they'd probably be friends. So,
Yeah. Okay. And I mean, is it Rogue? Yeah, it is. So, for example, Rogue again. They've cropped right back up, and but there are people who are saying that they may have copied Rep and Clever. It's a collaboration. So that could be. Is there ever tension? Because of that kind of stuff. Oh, actually, well, this may not have happened yet, so we don't know if it's gonna be. Hopefully, there won't be any tension between brands or anything like that. But so you said no, not so far. But I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
Jake's gonna be like Switzerland, walking like you be like at the UN. Hey, look, we're all here to have a good time. Can't we all just get along? Yeah. All right, man. Look, let everybody know where they can find you, follow you, find your stuff. What's the deal? Give me a quick 30 seconds. Home Gym Con tickets, status, ticket prices, anything different that people don't know about that they need to know about.
Yeah, Home Gym Con, just a little over 100 days away. If you want to come, I would say start planning your trip today. We're not going to raise the ticket prices again. They are set in stone, but the sooner you buy, the more help it is on this end. And I would suggest buying before you get to the event too, so you don't have to do it at the line. It's going to be a good time. We're in the final stretch to, add vendors, get more people sign up for competitions. So yeah, just reach out if you have any questions about any of that. And looking forward to Louisville.
Awesome. Yeah. Hotels still available? Hotel rooms still available?
Yeah, hotel rooms are still available. I like to typically mention there's no upfront cost. So book them and cancel. Unlike
here, we actually had to pay.
Yes.
We literally had to pay for our hotel room up front, and then when we got here, had to pay a deposit.
Yes, this has not been cheap.
No.
Like $20 beers. I know you don't drink beers, but
oh my God,
it's expensive.
So let me complain about that real quick. The little snack tray in my room. I saw the cashews, right? I see the cashews, and I'm like, I see you backstage, Phil. I'll come to you in a second, okay? So I see the cashews in my room. I'm not sure if these are cashews or walnuts because of just how the bag was positioned. I don't like walnuts. I do like cashews. I picked up the bag to see which one it was, and that's when I saw the sign that says, if you pick up the bag, you'll be charged automatically for these cashews.
Oh.
Yeah,
Really?
So if you touch the water, because it's motion activated, if you touch your water bottle, you just got charged.
What?
I was like, are you? Yes, I'm not kidding you. We're in the same, for those we're both in the same hotel. All right. And then we opened up, that thing that looks like a microwave. We opened up the little door, right? Naomi was like, "Oh, we got a fridge." And I opened it up. I said, "Whoa, that's not a fridge. That's a mini bar. If we open that, they'll charge us for the mini bar." She's like, "What?"
Well,
So I've just been here full rebellion up here, like
They've got
mad
a
as hell.
Keurig coffee here. Keurig coffee. If you use the Keurig, it's $15.
Yes. And I had to move it, so I had to move the Keurig so I could get all my stuff. I got this crazy setup right now, so I could do this. And I was like, "You better not charge me for just moving the coffee maker over to the side." But they literally charged me, I think $10 for some cashews because I picked it up to look at it. I was like, "You've got to be choked." And then there's also a little thing. It says "Lover's Embrace." I was like, "What the heck is that?" But I didn't touch it, thank God, because that's $70. If you pick it up, it charges you $70. I was like, "Naomi, don't even touch that table over there. We don't want anything on that table." It's crazy. All right, I lied to you. I have one more. This is the last one. We got to let Jay go back to sleep. All right, Snarker C says, "No Shogun or Freak Athlete at Home Gym Con. Both have new premium GHD products coming out that people need to see." And I did run into Yogi from Freak Athlete. I think he said he's going to Home Gym Con, but I don't think they're going to have a booth. I'm not sure about that.
Correct. You saw him here?
Yeah. He actually saw me. He's like, "John," I turned around. And it's funny because he was talking to Joe Gray. He was FaceTiming with Joe Gray at the time. And Joe said he's going to be at Home Gym Con. I said, "Well, it's about time." So yeah, it's a good time. All right, man. Man. If you don't get out of here now, they'll keep asking you questions. So run while you can.
All right. Well, thanks for having me.
Hey, I appreciate you coming on, man. I don't appreciate you having a deeper voice than me when you did come on. But travel safe, man. And hit me up when you get home. Let me know that you got home safe.
All right. Sounds good. Talk to you later.
All right, man. Later.
Bye.
All right. Bye. All right, so that was that was Jake Jaworski. Now I'm thinking about Joe Gray again. That was my guy, Jake Jaworski, founder of Home Gym Con. And now, look, we have got a special guest here, all right? So first of all, shout out to the West Coast. It is 6 a.m. for you guys. Thank you for getting up way too early with Garage Gym Life. You are up at the right time because we are about to be joined by an icon, Phil Patti, founder of American Barbell. I got all kinds of questions for him. I know you guys want to know about the Chewy Bar. You want to know about Il Padrino. But let's go ahead and give him a warm welcome. I went and I looked up a good intro for him. All right, he's Italian, so I picked out some Italian music for him. All right, so here we go. Everybody, show your love to Phil Patti. Phil, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, thanks, man. Now, I don't know how Italian that song was, but it's called Italian Morning, so that's the best I could do, man. I'm sorry. If that's not Italian, I tried.
You gave it a try.
Heck yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and, first of all, Phil is a celebrity, all right? You can't be around him for 5 minutes without somebody stopping him to ask him questions or just say hi, exchange anecdotes. But that's what happens when you've been in the industry as long as you have. I think when I was listening to your interview that you did with Jake, who was actually just on, I gleaned a lot from it. You started doing this when you were like a teenager. You were a teenager, and then when you started making exercise equipment, is that right?
Yeah, I started welding when I was about 12, and I started building gym equipment at about
Jeez.
18.
Good God. So now you said that you view yourself as a premier high-end American strength manufacturer. As such, I believe in my opinion, you guys have products that I would consider to be iconic. But if you look back at that 12-year-old boy or even the 20-year-old young man, could you, if you were to go back in time, you fire up your DeLorean, go back in time and talk to yourself at age 20 and say, "Hey man, you're not going to be a pipe welder. One day you're going to be the head of a multi-million-dollar company with employees, multiple states, connections all over the world." What do you think you would have said if you went back in time and told yourself that?
Man, I don't know. It would have been hard to grasp because it was such an evolution that when I look back at it today, it's been a pretty wild ride. So, when I first started out, all I was trying to do is make equipment for myself and a few friends, and just kind of evolved from there.
What would you say? What are some lessons that you can say that you learned making benches as a teenager or in your 20s or whatever that you think are reflected in the overall philosophy and approach that American Barbell takes to making its products to this day? Stuff you can say, you know what, I learned this back when I was in my 20s and it's still true today.
Well, it started out being a neurotic little kid for quality from a very young age. My mom at one time had caught me at 7 years old aligning the ottoman to a chair. I had to make sure the reveals were correct front and back and left to right. So it's always been that's always been in my head. And so when I first started to learn how to weld, the welds had to be perfect. I learned all about cold lapped and undercut, which basically means the welds aren't safe in either direction. One's cold and just looks like a weld, and the other one is cut so deep that it's impaired the base metal. So learning how to weld do precision welding is where it all started. And I just, took that from that point forward to where everything I tried to do had to be perfect.
Okay. So let's go ahead and, that commitment to perfection has led to you first of all, you're talking a lot about like educating the consumer, right? Because even like what you just did there, you said cold lapped and undercut, all right? And you explain what it is. Like most people wouldn't know that. But you also kind of like, without like throwing anybody specific under the bus, you've also said, hey, look, there's way too much attention being paid to stuff like tensile strength. That's not as important with a barbell. So can you go ahead, for people who may not have heard you talk about that, explain why tensile strength isn't the end? Actually, too much tensile strength is dangerous. Could you explain why that is, and just explain what people should be looking for when they're looking for a quality barbell?
Well, the main thing, and I was asked that probably 5 times yesterday at the HFA trade show, tensile strength and yield strength are important. Material selection is the most critical. Who's producing the material from, call it like the cake mix? Who's putting in the exact ingredients based on what you're trying to achieve is absolutely critical, and then processing it from there forward. That's why it's a science. It's an absolute science. And when people quote high tensile strength, it's just a guess. They're winging it. The absolute most important is, where does the material come from? Is it certified material? Has it gone through all the right processes? And can you actually confirm that it really is what it says it is on paper? And the only way that's going to ever happen is if you have a good relationship with metallurgists, which are metal doctors from wherever you're sourcing or buying the material. So, when people start talking about high tensile, that, as you alluded to, the higher the tensile, the more brittle the bar becomes. There's a lot of challenges with machinability and everything else. So that's why in some cases you want a stiffer bar, but it's all in the case of powerlifting. Guys that are squatting want a much stiffer bar than somebody that's doing deadlifting or weightlifting.
Okay.
But the key is to have that bar to return back to straight at no matter what strength level you've tried to achieve.
Right. All right, so I found a good example, and everybody, when this is over, make sure you guys go check out AmericanBarbell.com. There's a ton of educational resources on there, as well as cool products that you guys can check out. And then you want to make sure you're following American Barbell on Instagram, which is where I saw this video that I'm going to go ahead and pull up right now, because I thought it was I think it's a good illustration of what you're talking about how a bar has to be robust enough to handle the bend and then return back to straight. So I believe this is Il Padrino, and you guys have it on the forklift right there. So I actually got to see it for the first time yesterday at your grand opening of your Vegas showroom. But that's crazy how like it bends, and then as soon as it's back on the ground, it immediately goes back to straight. What are some of the things you could tell us about Il Padrino that set it apart from the other deadlift bars that are on the market?
Well, that's a 27 millimeter stainless bar, so it's the smallest diameter besides what they call a 25 millimeter competition bar that women use in IWF weightlifting. So it's a foot longer than any other bar that I know out there. And that was a challenge to make it weigh 20 kilos. So we had to make a special sleeve, and there was just a lot that went into that bar, and it had super aggressive knurling that's aggressive, but it's not sharp. So there were definitely some challenges there to get that. That was the biggest challenge, to get it to weigh 20 kilos. It's a foot longer. The sleeves are about, I think they're about 2 inches longer. So we had to do some cool things to dial the weight in, and that's how that kind of was born. And it was actually born by a good friend off of Discord, Nikki. I can't pronounce his last name right now, but
The Home Gym Discord?
yeah. He drove supplied me and helped me drive through the specs on that bar.
Nice. Now that's similar to how we got the Chewy bar, right?
Yeah, correct. Same way.
All right. Could you talk a little bit about that story? Because a lot of people don't know how we got the Chewy bar, which I heard so much about it, and I finally got to put my hand on it yesterday. I looked at my wife. I said, "Oh, I like this bar. I like this bar. This is that's why I saw you." I said, "Only thing I can say is, man, it's the dopest bars. I love them." So, talk about how the Chewy bar came to life.
Well, it was interesting because for the first, let me see, between 98 and 2012, I had made probably 125,000 US made Olympic bars, but they were all for the gym world. So that was a bar that had no spec. Neural didn't go all the way out to the collars, and it was just a bar that you threw around in a gym, because I've been a commercial gym manufacturer supplier for most of all my career, I should say. And I never paid attention to how aggressive neural should be or otherwise. I only cared about how precision the neural was. And then the first thing, when I started American Barbell in 2014, evolved into that. I went after the IWF community because I wanted to attack the needle bearing bar. I actually did that for Richard Soren at Sorenex for the very first needle bearing bar that I had ever made. So I was focused on the IWF lifter. And it was ironic that, I don't know, now it's been a couple years, 2 or 3 years ago, I got on Reddit, and that aligned me with Discord. And I started reading comments that said, amazing quality, blah, 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 but I'd never buy one because the neural's too soft. And I'm thinking, and then all of a sudden it clicked that the IPF powerlifting team wants a much different bar.
Heck yeah.
Nikki helped me drive that as well, and through Discord, and then we became friends. And he's a neurotic lifter. He's a young Vietnamese doctor, really cool guy. And he loves the sport of powerlifting. And anyway, so we talked specs and we played with neural, different styles, and I made several iterations and sent them off to him at his house in the Southern California area, and we just hit on it. But it was a challenge. Stainless is a challenge because it machined so much different than regular chromoly type alloy material that it just took a while to get the neural right. But right now we've got it down, and it looks like a precision instrument in my book. It's an amazing bar.
Heck yeah. And I mean, I actually had people when I said I was going. So when I saw Jake, and I told him, I said, man, I'm still trying to find the Chewy bar. And he said, I just saw it. He said, man, it's pretty awesome. And then I got to see it and all that. you get so many compliments on American Barber. Like you said, you have meticulous attention to detail, and that's what leads to comments like, so Jameson just said, I love American Barbell. My favorite is my bumper plates and my rope anchors as band anchors. How do you feel when you see, like, I mean, that's unsolicited, all right? He didn't have to say that. How do you feel when you see so many unsolicited comments that talk about the company that you put your heart and soul into, and you see that you're affecting people's lives in a positive way? How does that make you feel?
No, it's a great feeling. The whole reason why we just built in last night was the launch of our sports performance training center model in Las Vegas, as well as the retail showroom, the podcast room, the whole deal, was so I could tell people the story. Because whenever I tell the story, and I try to present it as humble as I possibly can, I have people that look at me and just say, wow, I had no idea. I interviewed. I met Sergio Oliva Jr. Yesterday, that I'm going to start to collaborate with, and we compared notes. And his father is a legend, and we went back and talked about how in the 70s I knew all those guys from Gold's Gym, Joe Gold included, and all the famous bodybuilders. And we just talked, and he had told me he had been using the product for years. And so, people have seen it. You go into Gold's Gym Venice, and you can look at any video, and you're going to see a GP, which is GP Industries, is another company that I own, that I used as a trade name just to be an OEM manufacturer for Iron Grip and Cybex back in the late 90s. And then I started American Barbell after. So you can go on and you can see all kinds of videos with both brands clearly being used. But it's amazing. Phil Heath and I talked yesterday as well about.
Yeah, I saw him yesterday.
Yeah, we talked because I just launched a line for Panada. So, it's a great feeling. I love it, and I get a lot of respect and a lot of compliments. So it's a great feeling.
So let's piggyback off of that. You mentioned the bodybuilders. Deep voice, when I see your question, Jake isn't here anymore, but I will answer your question after this our interview with Phil is done. So I started, so I'm not ignoring you. I'm just I want to respect Phil's time. So speaking of bodybuilders, I told you last night, you when I found out you were connected on a personal level with the late great Bill Pearl. He's someone I've looked up to from afar for a long time. And I was telling you, I'll see people on Instagram who invent an exercise, and I wouldn't say 100% of the time, but at least 85-90% of the time, I got a copy of his book, Keys to the Inner Universe, which is one of the coolest titles for a book ever. And I'll go look at that thing, I'll flip open, and there's the exercise that this guy on Instagram just invented, and there's Bill Pearl doing it like decades ago. So before we go any further, tell me a Bill Pearl story. What was he like besides having an amazing physique and being ridiculously strong? The guy could rip license plates in half. Besides that, tell me like a Bill Pearl story, something that which stands out to you is kind of like, hey, this is who Bill Pearl was.
Yeah, Bill was a pretty amazing guy. And actually, Bill was a key factor in 1995 when I put a deal together to sell my company, High Tech Professional Strength Systems, to Life Fitness back in, like I said, 1995. And Bill was one of the guys that the president of Life Fitness, Augie Nieto at the time, brought Bill and a group of engineers to look at what I was building and what I was all about. And Bill was actually very instrumental in going back to the president of Life Fitness and said, man, this kid's got good stuff, great, just everything about the passion towards the quality, the whole thing. And if you can get your hands on them, you should do it as fast as possible. And that's a whole nother story. It was a 90-minute acquisition from start to finish. It was pretty wild. 90-minute, where acquisitions these days can, wear you out. It can take 6 months or a year. But so once I got on board with Life Fitness, Bill Pearl and I did every trade show together, because all companies back in the day that were the big cardio players, that's what they were. They were cardio players. They hadn't merged with strength manufacturers. And my acquisition by Life Fitness was the first in the commercial industry of a strength and a cardio player. So Bill and I would go on the road and do all the trade shows like the one you saw yesterday. And we would have cardio and strength, and him and I would sit in a little strength area together. And I might get the exact verbiage wrong, but he looked at me one time and he goes, Jesus Christ, Phil. He goes, you look at that equipment like a father looks at his newborn baby's poop in the diaper. And I'll never forget it, right?
That's hilarious.
I get it. No, he loved the fact that I loved quality. And I mean, I still do it today. If I'm, when I'm walking the floor in our booth or wherever I am, if I see something out of place or otherwise, it'll terrorize me. So that's what he loved about what I did.
All right, so Jameson said he would love to see you collaborate with Executive Fit. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Executive Fit, but they make custom rack headers. So let's say you sell a power rack to someone and they want to have their gym logo on it. That's what he does. He basically can make a rack header with someone's individual gym logo. And he's doing it at the home gym level. But that's who he is. So is that something? What does it take to collaborate with American Barbell? Let's actually turn that into a different question. Not necessarily specifically with Executive Fit, but what do you look for in a partnership that makes sense?
Well, I have to like the product first. I get hit with that all the time with people bringing ideas. And again, I'm a commercial manufacturer. And, when I go down the rabbit hole of trying to explain to people how different it is being a commercial manufacturer versus just somebody that's learning to make equipment. I make stuff that, needs to last 30 plus years in a commercial environment where you're beating products to death. If you look at a guy like Sergio Oliva Jr. that's pulling 600 pounds, just playing around with a Chewy bar, and you realize that, think about that. If that goes on day in, day out for 30 years, that product's got to be bulletproof. So I'm open to collaboration with anyone if I like what it's about. When it comes to logos, so I developed an LED logo program that's at the show right now. We've got a backlit LED above, below in the half rack platform back plate. And we used to do a lot, and we still occasionally do the metal cut where you stack the parts, which is just a nightmare. And now there's another group that's presented a really cool decal that you can actually put to the face, quick and dirty for high schools that don't have big budgets. But I love anybody that's got cool technology. If I like it and it fits with what I'm doing, I'm open to collaborating with anybody.
Yeah. And so Jameson said he said deadlift platform. So Executive Fit will also do deadlift platforms, like custom deadlift platforms and stuff like that. So yeah, he's a cool guy. He's a military veteran. He's got the meticulous thing, like you were saying. But yeah, I think you'd like his stuff. I'll show you his. When I come downstairs to do the thing with you today, I'll show you his Instagram and you can kind of check it out. He's a cool dude. So I want to go back to something you mentioned. This is another story that I think not enough people know. You actually told Jake. This is something else you mentioned during your interview with him, that when you were talking about the bearing bars you made for Sorinex, there's something that you discovered in the process of making the bearing bar that caused you to change the way bearing bars are made when you were making that bar for Sorinex. Could you kind of tell that story about what you found that was happening inside barbells that led you to change how bearing bars are made?
Yeah, and it was really a fortunate circumstance for me because I hadn't made one at all. And when I was asked by, I can't ever pronounce Zygmunt Smalmerks or something, he's an old-time gold medalist weightlifter at and he's the only coach at the USAW Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs. He asked me to come and help him figure out why these bars that he had wouldn't spin. And they were only a few years old. And they were bearing bars, and we pulled them out of his back room, and I opened them up, and there were flat spots everywhere. like as if imagine you took a hammer and hit the side of a round bar, you're going to put a flat. So I was trying to figure out, that's weird. What's going on there? And I realized that those bearings were so much harder than the bar shafts that with constant dropping, they were peening the side of the bar. And that's why those sleeves would kind of spin like a bent wheel on a car if you hit a huge pothole. So I looked at that and I thought, okay, so I came up with a different design that didn't allow the bearings to touch the bar. What I didn't realize at the time that I had solved was the catastrophic failure that happens when those conventional, everybody makes the needle bearing bars where the bearings rotate around the bar. The catastrophic failures from the bearings scoring the bar. And once you score a round bar, you give it a break point. So anytime,
Right.
and that's, general machining, anytime you machine something and you don't put the correct radius in the corner of a 90-degree angle or whatever it may be, you create stress risers. And those are issues that's why I warn people, when you buy a bar from a novice bar reseller or whatever it is, hang on, man, you're buying dynamite. So that's how that evolved, and it's turned out to be an amazing bar, as well as I dispelled all the smoke and the mirrors about a fast moving sleeve and this bar sleeve spins for 30 seconds. It's all crap. You don't care how fast a bar sleeve spins, you just care that it rotates without restriction. That's all you care about, because I make people laugh when I say I can make a bar sleeve spin super fast. I just have to drill a big sloppy hole in the bushing if it's a bushing, right?
Yeah, right.
And needle bearing bars that spin fast are using very cheap bearings that spin fast because it's like a skateboard wheel. You're rolling those bearings around on a bar shaft. It's a fast moving sleeve. It's a terrible design. Terrible.
Yeah. So when you say, no, go ahead.
I said I just corrected the design from however far back they were made that way. 50, 60 years ago. I just looked at it and got together with my engineering team that I work with very closely, and we all agreed, not a good way to build a bar, the conventional style.
And when you're saying that's dynamite, I saw the videos, I think it was on you guys' Instagram, showing bars snapping because eventually the pinging caused the bar to it fails at that stress point and it just snapped. Tell me.
Excuse me. So no, it's not the peening, it's the scoring.
The scoring. Okay.
The scoring. So I always tell people, think about how you cut drywall or glass.
Right.
You score it and it breaks. And I'll tell you a quick experience. 25 years ago, we were bending easy curl bars on a certain type of a bender. And at the knurl points, the machinist put a groove instead of just a knurl break. They put a little slight groove. And I was at the other end of the shop and I heard an explosion. I thought a bomb blew off, and it was that bar coming apart. So I learned a long time ago, you never score a bar, ever.
Nice. Yeesh. So when you were saying, when people need to be careful when they're buying bars from people who just started doing it or barbell resellers, it reminds me, I say this, and I literally have said this to people, look, people say, oh, well, that bar's too expensive, and they give me various reasons. So the first thing I say is, in my opinion, I get it if you got to save your money up, but the most expensive bar on earth is still cheaper than dental surgery when the bar falls in your face. I've competed in powerlifting. I've seen bars fall on people's faces. The most expensive barbell is cheaper than having to go to the hospital because you got hurt, or the bar snaps or something. And my little girl is in the gym with me a lot of times when I'm working out, and I always have this thing, what if something happens and she gets hurt? She's not even involved in it. She just happens to be in there reading a book or something and she gets hurt. But what people then say to me is, well, yeah, but I'll never be lifting that much weight, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the bar can isn't rated for this much weight, it can't handle that, because I'll never be pushing that much weight. What's your answer to the people who say it's okay to get a cheap bar, a cheaply made bar, because they'll never be strong enough for it to matter?
That's insane. And yeah, I mean, it's crazy, because one thing that we've never been able to grasp is how people can get into our industry with zero knowledge about what they're selling. And the bar is the most key example, because there's so many phases to making a bar. And when you make a bar and you put it through machining, you put it through different types of plating, there's so many things that you can do that alters the ductility of a bar after the fact. So you can take a perfectly good piece of steel that might end up as a great bar, and then you can plate it, especially if it's higher strength, because certain types of plating induce what we call hydrogen embrittlement, and which are microscopic stress fractures that have to be relieved out of the part. So you have to, there's just a million things that can happen, because people get confused. You can have high strength material, but it can be brittle beyond belief. But if it's just used in a straight, 12-inch section between two bearings driving a motor, nobody cares. But when you're taking a piece of metal and you're bending it, like a hanger, piece of wire, over and over and over for years, you have to you've got to process it completely different. Hey, by the way, I'm seeing a message that says I'm about to be signed out. My IT support providers initiated a reboot of this device. I don't know why. If I get signed out, should I jump back on my phone, do you think?
Yeah, if you get signed out, there's an app that you can download, the StreamYard app, and you can just jump right back in with the exact same link I sent you.
On the should I download the app on my phone?
Yeah, just download it. So look up StreamYard on whatever. If you got an iPhone, look it up in the Apple Store, and you can just download it, and you can, and then it'll ask you like what the link is, and just click that link that's in the email, and you'll be able to come in. Yes, sir.
God, I've never seen my computer do that. I've got StreamYard app. Is that the one I want?
That's the one.
Okay. Well, we'll stay on. But anyway, let's hope it doesn't cut off.
Yeah.
StreamYard. I'm not.
Yeah.
God, I apologize. I don't know what.
No. Well, this is cool because
people.
I didn't plan this, but Gorilla Strength, my guy David from Gorilla Strength Equipment is on, and he's actually part of the next question because he took a bar from Amazon. So David makes custom equipment, axle bars, things like that. He makes a lot of high quality stuff. And so he was just showing me, he said, I ordered some of these cheap bars from Amazon. He took the bar and cut it open. And he showed me how the bar was not a uniform thickness all the way around on the inside diameter. And you couldn't tell from just looking at the bar or at least I couldn't tell from just looking at the bar from the outside. So my question to you is there a way for a lay person to tell, like, let's say you look at the specs, is there a way for a lay person to tell if this is a quality barbell they're about to spend money on when they're looking online on somebody's website?
Well, one of the first things that you're going to see is poor machining, inconsistency. The sleeves will be very apparent. Big ribs on it, grooves, sloppy tolerances, weights off. That's exactly how that happens. You'll know immediately.
Okay. Now the next thing is, this is kind of more of like a current events thing. You own a factory in China. You've trained those people, and before anybody gets excited, you trained those people for over a decade to your quality control standards. But how has the tariffs affected you guys in terms of getting your products made in China? Has that affected you guys at all? Have you had any issues?
Well, you just have to navigate through it. We, what I produce in China, the factory that we own there, I've spent years and years and years perfecting the urethane process, just everything that we do. And you just have to navigate. Yeah, of course it affects it. But when you're the manufacturer and you know what you're doing from material selection and processes, I mean, we produce tens of millions of dollars worth of product with, less than 50 people. And they're not low paid people. These are very, very highly skilled, trained people. So our costs on products across the board are such that we can navigate through it. We're not going to be able to navigate very comfortably through 50% or 100% tariffs, but we believe that we can weather what's going on now just because we've always been inexpensive, because my business has been based on being an OEM wholesale manufacturer. So I've always gauged my profitability on selling my products at prices that allow other people to resell and have margin.
Okay. Only a couple more, so we might be able to make it through this. Fingers crossed.
Let's hope. I've got the app open on my phone.
All right. This is one of the questions I really want to get an answer to. If you could sit down with the heads of the major equipment brands today, and everybody agreed to be completely honest, what's one thing you would tell them? Let's assume there's no cameras rolling. You just can say, hey, look, completely 100% honest. Here's what I think. What's something you would tell them if you could?
All right, hang on 1 second.
Okay. Oh, we got another Bill Pearl question. Nice. All right, so we lost Phil on that, but he is back.
Here
Boom.
I am.
Here we go.
Can you hear me now?
Unstoppable. Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey.
Are you good?
How much? Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yep. You're good.
Okay. Hey, how much time do we have left?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. So real quick,
Yeah.
before I answer that last question for you, I just wanted to cap off something on bars
Sure.
real fast, because that's been the main topic. So what
Yeah.
I tell people is what I tell when I'm doing my educational training for anybody that's buying equipment. I tell people it's real simple. Interview your vendor, find out their history, find out what they know, who their customers are. And the basic thing is what they know. And the bar being such a dangerous item, you don't buy it from a novice. There's just absolutely no way, shape, or form you should risk life and limb, if you will, by buying from people that, just order bars from China or wherever else. Even if you're making them in the U.S., there's tons and tons of pitfalls. So I educate. My educational mission is to tell people, why wouldn't you buy from people that are true experts at what they manufacture and sell? And it's sad that our industry is so full of people that sell by way of smoke and mirrors. So know your vendor. Okay, back to the question. So repeat it again as to what I would say to manufacturers.
Yeah. So David actually did a follow-up. So first he said the casting on the load sleeves for the bar he cut open, it was not uniform. He said one side of the load sleeves were 0.347 inches thicker than the other side. So he was giving me the actual data from what the bar he cut open. So my question then, actually, I guess that actually does tie in a little bit. Says if everybody in the equipment industry agreed to be completely honest, you all in a room and there's no cameras rolling, what's one thing you would tell everybody who runs a major equipment brand if they would listen?
Are you talking about products across the board, or are we talking about just bars?
Products across the board.
Well, the hardest thing, I see so many companies spend a lot of money on marketing, and I've told many of them in the past, you ought to spend more time thinking about how to retain a customer because they spend a fortune attracting them, and then they don't spend the money to retain them by way of good service, follow up, the whole deal. So that's the
Wow.
problem with, when you have large companies, you've got a lot of salespeople, board of directors, people that don't have a vested interest in the company, versus somebody like myself that it's all me. So I care about all of it, and I can make decisions fast, and I just do what I do. And that's the biggest problem that I've seen for years with the biggest brands, because I've consulted for all of them, whether it's Techno Gym, Cybex, Life Fitness, whatever. I've done work Matrix. I've done work for all of them, made products for all of them, and it's just blow and go and no thought about how to retain that customer base. And that means great products and great service, because if the products are all the same, the service experience is all the same, then the only factor is price. And when you deliver an amazing experience, it's the old story. If you know you have to have a product, you don't care what it costs. If you
right.
can't live without it, and that's where I'm going in my world. I'm not doing stuff at the low level. I never have, but we're actually getting more value for our products when people touch and feel it, which is why I did the training center showroom model, so you could actually train on the products and see it firsthand. The other guys don't get that. They're just machines.
Nice. That right there was worth the entire interview. That right there, retaining your customers, because it's ironic because we were talking about that topic earlier in the 7 o'clock hour. So it's interesting that it circled back around. So we got a Bill Pearl question. So my guy Home Gym Physique said, he said, question for Phil. I'm a big fan of Bill Pearl. He said, did you ever meet Bill's brother Harry? And do you still stay in contact with Bill's family?
I never met his brother, and occasionally I would see his wife, but it's been a while. It's been a while. He lived in Oregon, and I've actually got a place in Oregon not too far from where he lived. But he was an interesting guy. He got up at like 3 or 4 in the morning, went to bed at 7 at night, was a strict vegetarian. Interesting guy. Bill was a crazy guy.
Another question for you from Home Gym Physique. I know you did some stuff with Hammer Strength, and that's Arthur Jones's son. Did you? I don't know if you ever did anything with his. I think it was his nephew with MedX, but Home Gym Physique wanted to know if did you ever meet and work with Arthur Jones himself from Nautilus?
I never met Arthur, but Gary Jones, the creator of Hammer, him and his father Arthur, they didn't get along. So I did a lot of work with Gary because Life Fitness, after acquiring my company in '95, acquired Hammer in '97. But my original partner at GP Industries lived with Arthur Jones. And he lived with Arthur Jones on what they called Jumble Air. It was in DeLand, Florida, where they had a private jet or a huge runway, and they worked together, developing Nautilus. And my ex-partner was the first Nautilus employee at the time in like '78, or I don't remember when it was. But Arthur was a strange duck. He was an interesting guy, and Hammer evolved because Arthur wouldn't let his son Gary implement it in the Nautilus line, so he just went off and did his own Hammer products. But and there were some amazing people that worked for Arthur Jones at Nautilus that spun off and started Stairmaster and the Life Cycle, and Jim Flanagan that went to MedX, and all those people all kind of evolved through that whole Nautilus thing.
Jameson Dorset wants to know, do you still talk with Tim Fitz of T-Grip?
I see Tim every once in a while. We're good friends. I haven't seen him for a year or so, but yeah, I do.
Okay. All right, so last one from me. Actually, one more. tell me about real quick, because you were really big into education and you kind of touched on it a little bit. You guys had an amazing podcast studio. We saw it last night at the event, and I snuck in there, and I was like, we were just kind of admiring your camera setup, your audio equipment. We didn't touch anything, but we were looking. So I was like, hey, if anything's missing, it wasn't me. But we like the look of the podcast studio. So real quick, tell me, what is American Barbell about? I talked to Kristen a little bit about it, but what do you say? Who's the audience, and what do you plan? Like, what sort of content are you planning, and when's it gonna start? When's your first episode dropping?
I can't tell you yet when the first episode will drop, but I've been doing some collaboration with Jared Feather, who's partners with Mike Israetel, Resonance Periodization.
Yep.
An amazing group of pros. And so it's really all about bringing, if you watch anything that Mike Israetel does, he blows right through the smoke and the mirrors of trainers that aren't real trainers, equipment that's not built correctly, and that's what it's all about. So I'm collaborating with people like those guys to just state the facts about products and people that want to be educated. The reason why the Mike Israetel, Jared Feather collab started to evolve was purely over bars and talking to them about what it took to make a good bar. And then we started building equipment that some of the stuff that we were introducing yesterday at the show were things that those guys wanted me to produce. So that's what it's all about. It's helping. I use the word smoke and mirrors a lot because sadly our industry is so full of smoke and mirrors. And I love to tell people about what I know. I tell people, if you want to know about, how to build a bar, or how what a good weld looks like, or how to, build equipment that'll last a lifetime, I can tell you all about it. Don't ask me to train you, because I would kill you.
All right, so we are at HFA 2025 right now. So for anybody who might be coming to the trade show today, tell them why they need to visit the American Barbell booth as we wrap up.
You just have to put your hands on the products. Walking up to the bar, as you had said earlier, says it all. You can immediately look at our signature welded sleeve, the precision knurling, and one of the highlights is my dead drop platform will stop people in their tracks in the aisles because they can't believe that. I've been asked if there were magnets under the drop area that were holding those plates to the floor at so low drop. So you just got to touch the products.
Nice. All right. So Holmes and Physique is trying to start trouble here. I'm gonna ask this question, but you don't. Yeah, he's starting. I'm gonna just say he's trying to start trouble. He says, which gym companies, in your opinion, are overrated?
Oh man, I don't know if I even want to. I don't even know if I want to disclose it, but I'm going to tell you there's a bunch of them. And the worst thing, I'll give you the most important thing to watch out for. I don't care if a company is 50 or 60 years old and is riding on an old name. Who's running it today is what you care about. If if somebody invents something and they were great at what they did back in the day, just because they're using the same name, you better be sure that the people that are involved today know what they're doing, understand, keep the company on the leading edge. And that's the most challenging thing out there. And I'll use a great closing example. Techno Gym Italy, ironically, because I'm an Italian, same guy that started it in his garage is there today. And the quality is leading edge. And if you look at companies like Cybex or whatever, Cybex was amazing at one time, but all the original people are long gone. And that's why they ended up closing it down. It just lost the luster. So I'm going to tell you, there's a bunch of them. And of course, the new ones that come on board with this amazing marketing, I just want to start laughing that people buy into that. I don't get it, I just don't understand it. So back to, I have a great document that I can email to people that's sales training questions with answers. And it's things like, why did I develop the hard chrome bar? Why did I develop the urethane bumper? How was the Cerakote barbell born? Why? And all those different questions. And it answers a lot of things, but it tells you how far back we go and why we do what we do. So I don't want to name names. I'm just going to tell you, beware of smoke and mirror marketing. And old companies aren't necessarily who they want you to believe they are.
All right, this is really the last one. If I don't let you get out of here, they'll keep on asking you questions, man. So my guy, Eric Carpenter from Carp's Gym wants to know if American Barbell will be at Home Gym Con this year.
You know, it's interesting. It's not my market because I don't play in that arena. Although I tell people, when you're a top-down manufacturer, being commercial is the highest level of manufacturing. So I can go top down. I can be a medium grade manufacturer. There's nothing I'll ever produce that'll be a safety hazard. And to that point, by the way, back to buyer beware, you got these guys that enter with no experience. They're at the bottom level, and to go upwards towards commercial is years and years and years of testing and being able to confirm that your products will endure that type of punishment over the years. So I actually am ready to introduce what you call as a vertical market line for the, you know, the retirement communities, the hotels, things like that. That'll be something that the industry's never seen before at that quality level, which would work for a show like that. I just don't know if I have the bandwidth to start that new project. Where is it this year?
Home Gym Con is in Louisville. And I mean, I would actually, there is a deadlift party at every Home Gym Con. Last year, deadliest lifter, he did, I think, a 1,000-pound Jefferson deadlift. So, to me, Il Padrino will be tailor-made for that event.
When is that?
It is June 28th.
Okay. I'll put that on the calendar and do some investigation.
There you go. My man. All right, Phil.
Right.
I'm going to end on a high note. I'll see, because I want you to rest up. I know you were talking to a lot of people last night. I appreciate you being here. I'll see you in a couple hours. I'll head on down there and hit Kristen up, and then I'll meet you at your booth so we can make things happen. I appreciate you being on here. Thank you for getting up way too early with Garage Gym Life. Everybody. Oh, okay. Carp said it was 1,100 pounds. 1,100 pound Jefferson deadlift. Yes. And I'll show you. Yeah, it was crazy. So anyway, like I said, I appreciate you being on here. I'll let you get out of here and grab some breakfast or take a nap or whatever you want to do. And then I'll see you in a couple hours. All right.
You got it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Phil. Later.
See ya.
See you. All right. That was my guy, Phil Patti. And now before we go, I promised I was going to answer the question that the deep voice one asked earlier. And so here's this question. He wants to know, which Home Gym Con year did you like best and why? I honestly, so we've only had 2 so far. And I will tell you that year 1 was my favorite because I had more time. So because there weren't as many exhibitors there, I had more time to get around and talk to and get to more booths. Last year, I was doing something for the Strongman Throwdown, and I mean, nothing against the Strongman Throwdown. I think I actually got to see some really cool moments that I wouldn't have seen if I hadn't done that. But I didn't have as much time because of trying to do that. I basically gave myself too many different things to do that were not aligned with each other, and so I wasn't able to get around and see as many booths. I really made Friday like it was a rough go on Friday. And then Saturday was kind of like just frantic, right? And I don't like that. I don't feel like that was my best quality. So because of that, I enjoyed year 1 of Home Gym Con more than I enjoyed year 2. I'm coming in with a better plan this year, so I anticipate enjoying year 3 as much as I enjoyed year 2. Although I will miss going to French Lick. So that's my answer. I don't know what Jake's answer would be, but that is my answer. All right. So that's it for the show, man. We made it through another one. It is 10 a.m. Eastern time. I have just enough time to take another short nap and then get ready to go downstairs and get started with another round of interviews. When this is over, go ahead and please, the link is in, I put the link in the live chat and I've got the link in the description. Please go check out my interview with Frank Bison from Iron Bull Strength. He is I think very, very candid, answering my questions, some tough questions that I asked him. So I really want you guys to make sure you check out that video, drop some comments on there. Let me know what you think. Like, has Frank in the interview, has he answered your questions? Has he allayed your fears? Does he make you feel better about purchasing from Iron Bull now that you would have had a chance to hear from him? So again, I'm going to link that video. That link is in the video description for this one. I'm going to make it an end screen for this video. And I already put the link in the live chat so you guys can check it out. Okay. So thank you so much. And we're not leaving without reading this message from my mom. My mom said, great show. So many amazing guests who have so many beneficial accomplishments, interesting experiences and stories. Kudos also to the organizers of this event. And my mom said, epic show indeed. Thank you, mommy. And thank you for watching. We'll see you soon. All right. We miss you and we'll see you soon. All right. Carbs Jim said go back for the replay, and I 100% agree. I couldn't have said it better myself. All right, next week we are trying to get Iron Master on here. We're trying to work it out so that we can get them on here. But we'll have somebody to come on, and we're going to be basically doing reactions to home. I did it again. Reactions to HFA 2025 from attendees of this year. I appreciate all you guys for being here, keeping things going. This show would not happen without you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys being here with me, and I will see y'all next week. Peace